hope you are having a good day. Um, let's see. We get to start off with a Nightmare on Philomeno Street. But first of all, I don't think I have any announcements today, other than that Tristan's starting streaming. I forget if it's this Monday or a week from Monday, but Tristan's going to start streaming. No, Tuesdays. Uh, I already fixed it. Uh, Tristan's going to start streaming Tuesdays, in addition to my Friday, Sunday schedule. So you can look forward to that. I think I successfully made most of a puzzle today, so I might finally publish a puzzle. It's been a little bit, but we'll see that. I've been working on a little like intro to Sudoku basics PDF as well. So to basically teach people terms like what do people mean when they say hidden pair or naked single or that sort of thing. So I will probably share that once I have completed it, to see if anyone has any comments or suggestions or that sort of thing. And also so that if you have friends or whatever who you're trying to convince to do that, that will work. Row 7, column 1 for the betting tree. Let us do that. So yes, we do have our big grid with arrows today. So I think we can jump into this puzzle. So we've been doing Stream 200 celebration puzzles for a while. So this is our first, like, quote unquote regular stream for a while. And so we start all the regular streams with whatever puzzle has gotten the most votes from supporters. And so we have gotten an awful lot of votes from supporters in the time that we've been on Stream 200 puzzles. And so we start with this puzzle. There is a giant tie, I am told, at 9 votes, but Tristan chose this one. So the 9 voters for this puzzle are Woofer, Paulfly, Luda, Josh, Zandari, Russ, Jay, Math Pesto, and David. So thank you so much for all of your support. And I think we can start. So first of all, I have to explain what kind of puzzle this is, because this isn't a Sudoku. This is a Philomeno puzzle. And what that means is that at the end of the day, we're going to fill this grid with a bunch of multicolor ominoes of various colors. So, for example, this would be a 5 omino. And in this sort of puzzle, the digit is just telling you what size paint splotch you put it in. So if I put this 5, this is a size 5 green paint splotch, so I put 5s in all the cells. Okay, so I'm definitely allowed to repeat 5 in the row, for example, because there's already 4 of them. The rule here is that I can't repeat paint splotch sizes touching each other. So, for example, it's perfectly okay if this is a 4, but it's not okay if I do that. Even though they're different paint splotches, they're not allowed to have the same. They're not allowed to have the same size if they touch. So that is forbidden. So that's the Philomeno rules. Oops, I deleted the bet tree. Sorry. I have put the bet tree back. Welcome back, bet tree. We missed you. Hey, Jay and Dorlear, Isabella, Sarah. Yeah, there's a lot of people in chat. Exciting. The rules here are that each of these little circle line things is one of a double arrow or a between line. This is a rule set that appeared in my puzzle that I called Zeta's Nightmare some time ago. It's exciting to see it here. I think this is the second J. Dyer puzzle I have done with Zeta's Nightmare rules, because I'm almost positive that Jay did a doubler Zeta's Nightmare puzzle. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was Jay, and I think I did that. So let me explain how both of them work, and I want to emphasize nothing is allowed to be both. It's only allowed to be a double arrow or a between line, whatever those things are. Okay, so a double arrow is the simpler one. If these are a 3 and a 3, what the double arrow says is that all the digits on the line between them need to sum to the same thing as the 3 and the 3. So this would be a 6 in order to make that work. Now, if it's a longer line, then you have to think about it as it's always a sum. So again, if these are a 3 and a 3, then these could be, for example, a 2 and a 4, because 2 plus 4 is the same as 3 plus 3. And however long it is, that's how it works. Hey, Kachito, welcome. A between line gives you boundaries on the digits that show up along the line. So, for example, a 1 here and a 6 here would say that every digit, or I should say not digit, I should say number, every number that shows up along the line needs to be between 1 and 6 and strictly between 1 and 6. So, for example, I can't have 1s or 6s on the line. Okay. And I need to avoid lines like this one that are naughty, because this one is both a between line and a double arrow, and that's not allowed. We cannot do that. So that is what we have to start with. Sarah has been doing lockout line puzzles, which are another constraint that involves this sort of thing. So the first thing that leaps out to me is that there are a lot of these one cell things. And so one cell things share a commonality, which is the circles can't share digits on the line, regardless of what it is. So if this is a between line, and that says this digit strictly between 3 and 6, in particular, it's not 3 or 6. And if this is a double arrow, this digit is the sum of 3 and 6. In particular, it's not 3 or 6. So there are a lot of places in this grid where I can sort of instantly create one of these. And now in this one in particular, I notice this can't be a 1 either. Because if I put a 1 here, what kind of line is it? And the answer is it's not any kind of line. So whatever this is, it grows. So I'm going to let this yellow its way on out. But that same argument about not repeating in the circle applies here. It applies here. In fact, actually, the argument about this one not being a 1 is also true, which means that I can do this. And by the way, the reason I'm paint splotching out like this is just to tell me I know these are the same omino. It's at least of size 2. Let's see. Is there another one? I thought there... Oh, yeah, there's another one over here. Again, same argument, same spilled paint to come out like that. And I know some stuff here, but I don't think I can mark it, unfortunately. Because this, I know that this is not in the same omino as either of those, but I don't have a nice way to sort of commemorate that. Now, I can ask myself, is it really possible that this circle goes down here? And the answer is no, but I think in my head, this is like the shortest possible look ahead, but let's just imagine that these two are in the same omino. What does that tell me? Well, that tells me it's a double arrow because I just couldn't have green show up on a line with a green circle and a between line. So now it's a double arrow. But now this thing assuredly has to be larger than 1 because it has to be equal to the sum of all of these 5 cells. Yes, it just has to straight up be equal to the sum of these 5 cells, even if some of them are green. So it's certainly way more than 1, but that means it is one of those 5 cells, and that's never going to work. So again, we can say, oops, Sven, why? No, that's definitely not what I wanted. I was just trying to do the border. Because it will upset people if later there's some missing borders along the border. And by people, I mean me, to be clear. Okay. So this can only possibly be a 1 or a 2, because what I'm noticing is if this is larger than 2, then it's going to spill out onto the line. Oh, maybe that's possible. Maybe this could be like a 6 and spill out this way, and then these could sum to 12 or something. Okay, maybe I retract my claim that this is only a 1 or a 2. I think this whole mess can spill out exactly onto 1 cell and then maybe escape. So let me not make claims that I think are not substantiated. But it's worth saying either this is a 1 or this is a double arrow. Because if this is not a 1, then these two circles are the same. And you can't have a between line where the circles are the same. So we've got that. Oh, in fact, Josh is just saying I should just ask myself, is there any universe in which this is a between line? And of course the answer is no, because if this is a between line, then this would have to be the one, and this would be something, but it would have to get out through the line. So this is always a double arrow. I agree. I don't have a fantastic way of marking that. I'm just going to do it like that, just to say this is a double arrow. Oh, I'm told there is a very similar thing that happens here. Possibly with this cell. So if this cell were to take that cell, I would need this to be a double arrow, and these would need to be the sum of this circle. And again, this circle can't get out without touching the line, so that doesn't work. So again, this can't possibly spill out over here. And again, that also means that this is just a double arrow. It can't be a between line because then, well, it can't be a 1-1 between line for all sorts of reasons. But then one of the circles would end up on the line, and I can't do that. I guess maybe the more elegant way to say this is one of these two circles always ends up on the line because they're not both one, and therefore it's a double arrow. That's much more elegant than the convoluted way I have been saying it this whole time. So this is double arrowy. Or whatever that means. So we've got that. Nicholas asking if it applies up here, and I think the answer is no. But maybe no, I don't think so, because both of these circles have a way out that doesn't involve them touching the line. But what I'm going to bet is that after I make a few more deductions, like by the time I've forgotten about this whole part of the puzzle, it's going to turn out that I fill this cell with something, and then it's going to apply up here. And by then I'm going to have forgotten about this whole part of the puzzle. That cell can't go there. I can't imagine that's useful at the moment, but it's true for the same one cell double arrowy reasons. Let's see. Yes, it's possible. Karen asks if it's possible that they mix. This circle could be a double arrow for this direction and a between line for that direction. That's totally okay. So maybe I should mark the line instead of the circles would be a smart thing for me to do. Because then it's a little less thingy. So there we go. Okay, so Martin is claiming these always are part of the same omino, which is interesting, and it's going to make me get rid of this yellow over here. And so Martin's claim is if these aren't both part of the same omino, then one of them is a 1. In fact, this one's a 1. But this gets out still through this. But now I need to make the other 5 cells sum to 1, which is just not going to work. So these are always part of the same omino. These are also always part of the same omino. In fact, actually, we're going to get a little more progress because green can only take 1 cell on this line. Because if green takes 2 cells on this line, those 2 cells already sum to the same as the circles, and that's going to be a huge problem. In particular, if green takes this cell, that's going to require that the other 5 cells add to at most green, with green not being able to take any more cells at all in the entire grid. So green would be 3. That's never going to work. So green's not that. Now, there's no way green is 2, because if green is 2, I'd be saying these 80 gajillion cells sum to 4. And I'm not even going to bother insulting you by proving that that's not possible. I will, continue along here. And now the question is, can green really be 3? That is, can these 5 cells possibly sum to 3? And the answer is no, they can't possibly sum to 3. And so that makes all of that green. Because remember, these 2 are the same cell. Now my question is, can green be 5? That is it possible to Philomeno my way into making these sum to 5? And the answer is Garion, no, because that cell's already taking care of the green. So the cells on the whole line would sum to 6, but if these are 3 and 3, that's a 3, and then so the remaining ones have to. All right. We're now at green is minimum 5, but 5 is nowhere near enough because these 5 cells would have to sum to 5. They'd have to all be 1s. That's not going to work. So that cell is also green. Okay, so now we're doing interesting things with this. So we know that the green doesn't go there. I also know the green doesn't go here. There's no way these possibly sum to 6, right? There's no universe where these could possibly sum to 6 because 4 of them would have to be 1s. And in particular, 4 of them are 1s. 2 of them that touch are definitely 1s because those 2 touch and those 2 touch, and that's already enough. So green definitely gets out here. And so now this line is also a double arrow because it's got a green in a circle with a green on the line. Okay, so now this circle, funnily enough, can't go onto the line. And this circle has to be big as well. Because the reason why if this circle goes onto the line is that that's green and would cancel with this circle would cancel with that, and that doesn't work. So this circle can't go onto the line. But the value of this circle is the sum of that cell and that cell, because again, these two cancel. And so this cell grows. Whatever happens, this cell grows. It can be purple. Now, no matter what, that cell's not purple. Oh, no, that's... Sorry, purple is bigger than green, right? Purple is bigger than green is the point of all of this, because remember, purple is green plus that. So purple's bigger than green, and therefore purple can't take this cell because it would be a double arrow with purple plus purple equals green. That's the kind of thing I never see, but what are you going to do? So purple is minimum 8 at the moment. This thing could be a... Purple is bigger than green, so this probably is a between line, with this being something small would be nice. Would a 4 omino... So how am I putting only one 4 omino on this line, Michael? Because I have to sum all the 4s that I put on the line. So if I do... so Michael was asking about this combination, but that's... I would need to make this sum to... I can't even count that high, like 18 or something. So yeah, so that's what's going on. If it's a double arrow, row 1, column 6 is negative. Right, that's true. So we have to contemplate whether there's negators in this puzzle, which I don't think there are. So this definitely is a between line. So we can make between lines. Let's see. How horrible will it look if I put some of those around here? Doesn't look great. Maybe blue. I don't love that either, but it at least feels less oppressive. Okay, several people have said they think the minimum of this line is 8. Because currently it is at 7, and I don't think I can possibly make this sum to 7. Because if I make this, say... Yeah, if I put a 2 in here, there's no way I can put only one none 1 number in here. I have to put at least 2 none 1 numbers in here, which would be 2 2s and 3 1s. And so if I want to get to 7, I would need 2 2s and 3 1s. I could do absolutely nothing else. But there's no way I'm getting to 2 2s and 3 1s. Let's Let's see. Because the only way to fit 3 ones in here without the ones touching would be this, but I can't make this a 2 in that universe. That is your Heiawake proof of the day. So I agree. This is minimum 8. So this is min 8. Okay. So this number I know is small. Okay. I must know what to do here. Oh, welcome, Naverio. Naverio being windmill for 16 months. Let's get you a windmill dance. Ba-doop-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Waha! Wee! Whoa! Waha! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Ba-da-bop. Thank you, Naverio. Thank you for your continued support. I have just noticed I know this cell is smaller than green. And this cell is green. So those two things are small-ish relative to purple. Both of these in particular are smaller than purple. So therefore, this isn't a between line. This is a double arrow, but it's a really text double arrow. Because again, purple I know is bigger than this cell because of this between line. And purple I also know is bigger than green. So because purple's bigger than both of them, it can't be a between line. So this is a double arrow, but it's a double arrow where the cells on it just can't be that large. It feels like to me. So I think that's telling me there's no way this is green. Yeah, Garion with the point that I'm comfortable with it without having to say much more, which is that purple can't possibly take this cell, and purple's still larger, so purple definitely takes that cell. But I was going to say now green can't take this cell, because if green takes this cell, then by this double arrow math, purple is double green. But remember, purple being double green in no way works because both of these things... because this cell is less than green and this cell is green. So less than green plus green is not equal to double green. And I'm nowhere close to even finishing the whole line. So a little algebra there to spice up your day. But there we go. Okay, so this is the one I know is small-ish, but also big-ish, I guess. I mean, it could be that green is purple plus 1, right? Maybe, possibly. Or sorry, purple is green plus 1. No, I guess not quite, because these two cells, at a minimum, are part of, yeah, the stuff going on. Let's see. Mixosis is a minimum of 4. I think that's because of the thing I was considering with the sum of these two, isn't it, Mixo? Because again, green is already less than purple. This needs to make up the difference. But again, even if green is only 1 less than purple, it needs to make up the difference between green and purple and also these two, which certainly sum to a minimum of, and not even a minimum of 2, getting Mixo's point, because if these were 1 and 1, that would be 1, 2, and that would be 3 ones touching. So these sum to a minimum of 3 plus 1 is 4. So this is certainly a minimum of 4, and again, it's not purple. I agree. I take Mixo's point. And so therefore, in particular, both of these are the same. So that makes this a double arrow immediately. Okay. Like that. And now orange is less than purple. And so because orange is less than purple, I can't put a second purple on a line that sums to double orange. That doesn't work. So we've got that. Remember, purple is bigger than green. And so purple is at least 8. So there's no way purple is stopping. So that's purple. This cell, remember, can't be purple, so that gives me a little boundary there. And orange is at least... Okay, and this cell can't be orange, because, again, math. purple is bigger than orange. So purple plus orange is bigger than orange plus orange. So this cell can't be orange either. And this cell can't be orange either. So there is my orange. Now, purple is at least 8. Naively, not even using the thing that people have argued that green is at least 8. Purple is definitely at least 8. So orange needs to be at least 5. Really at least 6, because purple is on it. And so orange plus orange needs to be bigger than purple. It needs to be at least 3 bigger than purple. And so if purple is at least 8, then these need to be at least 11. And so therefore, yeah. So as Mixo says, I was warming up to arguing that therefore orange is exactly 6 because it can't be any larger. And we therefore have our 6. And we get to have our Zach 60 dance. Boop boop ba-doo. 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 Boo boo, waha! What about wee? What about waha? Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So we've got a whole bunch of 6s in here. And so remember, this is at least 8. So these sum to at most 4. And so these are definitely from 1, 2, 3 only. Those are the only digits that can possibly live in this universe. One of them is definitely a 1, although I don't really want to corner mark on a philomeno, if I'm being honest. I'm going to guess what happens is that these are 1 and 2, because I think if we... I think we can prove that purple is at least 9. Oh, it could be double 2. You're right. Sorry. Oh, yeah. It could be double 2. Right. It could be double 2. And as long as I don't believe chat that this needs to be at least 8, that would work. I probably believe, chat, that this has to be at least 8, but I'll be honest, there's always been lower hanging fruit for me to think about, so I haven't had to. So let's see. I need to think about how much bigger purple is than orange, I feel like, in order to figure out how much... I feel like this is setting up a system of equations here. So chat is convinced green is at least 8. Which I've always been willing to prove, but I've never had to prove it. Is there an easy way to prove that green is at least 8? Oh, Mixo says I did prove that green is at least 8. If I know that green is at least 8, then I know that purple is at least 9, and then I know that these are a 1-2 pair. When did I prove that green wasn't 7? Oh, right. If green is 7, it forced 3 1s in here in that position. You're right. We did prove that earlier. Okay, that was the Heiawake proof. And so therefore green is a minimum of 8. Therefore purple is a minimum of 9. Therefore these are a 1-2 pair. Purple is 9 and green is 8. Because I can't possibly make these sum to less than 3, and 3 is what they need to sum to if purple is 9 in order to make this work. Okay. So we've got all... Okay, so these sum to 14. So these two cells sum to 5. Oh, this is a 1, just for free, because we're saying that these sum to 16, but these need to sum to 17, so that's a 1. Our first shame omino of the day. So whatever this is... it's also this. I'm just going to mark because it's not a shame omino. So this needs to sum to 16. No, sorry. These need to sum to 8. Right. These need to sum to 8. And I can't fit 3 1s in them. So... and I can't fit many 3s in them. So if I did a 3... if I did a 3 in either of these cells, then I would be at minimum... 1, 2, 1, 2 for the others. I'd be at minimum of 6 for the others. That doesn't work. Yeah, I guess, yeah, right. Sorry, Martin has the easy way to do it, which is to say any none1 number I use is at least 2. And also, there's at most 2 1s by that Hayawake point. And therefore, it needs to be 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2, because that's 8. So yeah, so these are 1s and 2s. Okay. And one of these cells is a 2, because there's 3 2s in here. Let's see. I'm deciding if I know how my 1s and 2s are arranged and if it's worth thinking about, or if I should just let the rest of the puzzle fill it in for me. So these 2 add to 5, I feel like is worth noting, because these sum to 14. So then that's a 9. So these need to sum to 5. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're not 1. Oh, so these are just a 2, 3 pair. Just because of that. And so, and they're a 2, 3 pair, so therefore that cell's not blue. So this is a 2 or a 3. This is a 2 or a 3 as well. Oh, so this had better not be the 2, is the point. Because if this is the 2, that would also be a 2, and I'd have to make a line work with either a 2 and a 2 at both ends, or a 2 and a 3 at both ends. Actually, is it possible I could make this line work with a 2 and a 3 at both ends? Maybe I could do something like a 1 and a 1, 2 or something ridiculous. I might actually... Oh, no, this line has a 9 on it. Because the 9 can't not touch this line anywhere. So if I make this a 2, this is a 2, and now this line needs to sum to at most 5, so there'd be no 9s, but now this 9 only has 7 cells it could possibly take. Anyway, this is the shame omino, that's the 2, and that's the 2. That's the point up here. So we can make those, say, red, I suppose. Make this the color of shame, like that. Make this have some sort of color. Could probably start another green omino over here. Purple comes here, for sure. I was about to say, and green is 8, and fill in 8 here, but I realized that was just because I have used green before, and suddenly my brain got confused. So we're going to make this a Simon Sweatery sort of green rather than a vanilla sort of green. Okay, so Martin says this can't be a 1, because if this is a 1, all 3 of these would be 2s, but those 2 being 2s is a problem, because that would force this to be both a 2 and not a 2 at the same time. So this can't be 1. It's a 2. I agree with Martin about that. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So Selena says... Selena's point is actually that this definitely needs to be a 2 as well. Because if this is a 1, I need to put 3 2s in a 2x2. And by Chacona logic, actually, you can't do that. There's no way to put 3 2s here without having 3 2s touching. So if this is a 1, I'd have to put 3 2s touching in here. So I really like Selena's argument that this has to be a 2. And now that gives me the 2 2s, and so that's a 2, and these are both 1. And that's also a 2. And so we get all of that like that. So we can redden these. Okay. I successfully, I believe, muted before I sneezed, or like exactly as I sneezed, like a real streamer. Okay, so we've got our 2 and our 8, which unfortunately, like, easily... Okay, so is there any universe where this 8 goes here, I guess is the question. If the 8 takes this cell, that's going to be a disaster. Because if the 8 takes this cell, it's now a double arrow, which means I need this to be a 2. That doesn't work. So this can never be green. So this is the last green 8. That's very cute. I am loving this puzzle, by the way. To J, this is a 2 or a 3, because, well, whether this is a 2 or a 3, it needs to grow, because 2 and 3 aren't 1. Fun fact. So, got all of that. Yeah, it's not. I was suddenly terrified that purple and Simon's sweater were the same color. But purple and Simon's sweater can't possibly be the same color, because if they were, there'd be 2 9s here, and I would need these 2 cells. Actually, is it okay if these 2 cells sum to 3? Maybe that's actually okay. I might need to get rid of Simon's sweater for a moment, because I think I don't actually know what's going on there. If blue is 3, then that would be a 3. If this is a 3, actually, then that's a 2 and that's a 1. Looks okay to me. I like Math Pesto's point is that if this is a double arrow, what numbers am I using to sum to 10? And so I can't possibly use a 1. I can't possibly use a 2. So my options are 3, 7, 4, 6, or the more exotic 5, 5. But the problem is that would also be a between line, and that's not allowed. So therefore, this is strictly a between line, and it's not a double arrow. I am willing to give this the color of sky, and the sky has to get out like that, at the very least. Yeah, 9 always hits the line. I agree. That's how we proved that before. That's how we got the order of the 1 and the 2, is by proving that 9 hits the line. So we have proven that 9 hits the line. Does mean this circle's big, but I think we could get away with a 9 doing that, and I think we could just make it work. At least to the point where it's not obvious to me that we haven't, that there's not a way to make it work. It certainly makes this look a little squicky, but I don't think it's immediately going to be broken. Oh, right. J40 is saying, I definitely know this grows. We already proved that. I even marked them as the same. The second I marked these as the same, I should have marked this as definitely a double arrow. But I think these could just be 9, unless I am missing something. This 2, 3, so if this 2, 3, in what universe is this a 2? It's a 2 if there's a 1, 3 pair around it and it's a between line, or if there's a 1, 1 pair around it and it's a double arrow. I think that's all okay. Right. So Jay is saying, I know there's a 9 on the line, so I know the other digits sum to 2 or 3. So it is true that every digit on this line is either very small, or it is a 1 or 2. And so basically what's being argued is that this is a 1 or a 2 or a 9. and it's not a 1 or a 2. That's really clever, actually. I really like that. So let me go over that again. I think some people in chat have seen this, but this is very clever. So there's a 9 on this line somewhere. And so, oh, maybe this doesn't, maybe this only works if I might be assuming that there's a 9 in the circle in order to prove that there's a 9 in the circle. I think I'm assuming that there's a 9 in the circle in order to prove that there's a 9 in the circle, unfortunately. But this certainly is at least as big as 3. In the worst instance. Oh, this is on its own thing. Right. Okay, that's the point. Whatever. So there's 2 things that are on the line, and I need to use both of them. So this is on the line, and so the remaining things on the line definitely sum to 2 or 3. And so the point is, because this is at least 2 in size and cancels out on the double arrow, these are always from 1 or 2, right? And they just can't be 2 2, and they can't be 1 1. So these are actually a 1 2 pair is the point. Because of that, because of the thing I had previously made as green, these just have to be a 1 2 pair because they need to sum to that cell by double arrow logic. And so that cell therefore is a 3. Which makes that a 3, makes that a 3, makes that our regular blue. These 2 have that. In particular, I now know a lot about where the 9 goes, because now the 9 has to go there, there, and there in order to finish. Comme ça. 1, 2, yep, there we go. So all of this stuff is 9s. So this is either a 15 or it's a 7 or an 8. So both 15 and 7, 8 are larger than 2. So this certainly grows down here. Oh, that's regular yellow, not imposter yellow. I thought that was imposter yellow. So this definitely grows. I noted before you can't put a 1 in the middle of one of these things, no matter what it is. Hey, Kelly, I hope you're doing well. So therefore, this is yellow because it grows into the yellow. Okay. I'm going to guess this is going to be a between line in order to make this work. Right. Yellow can't be 15. Because if yellow is 15, this between line has problems. If yellow is 15, then that cell's a 15, and it's on a line with a 3 and a 9 between it, and that's not going to work well. So yellow is actually 7 or 8. People are correct that it is not yet at 7, so yellow is definitely going to go there. And yellow can't take this circle either, so I think yellow is going to have to go down even one more time than that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because if yellow is in the circle, yellow can't appear on the line on a 1-cell double arrow or a between line. So all of these are 7 or 8. So that is enough to prove to me that this is in fact, a between line, because these 2 cells sum to more than 12. Okay, so this is a between line. Just a good old honest between line. And so therefore this isn't a 2, because if this was a 2, I would be putting on a 2 on a between line, and I can't do that. So that's a 1, that's a 2. I see Math Pesto also saw that. Well, it's not that there are more shame ominoes. We already knew there was a shame omino there. We've just resolved where the shame omino is. Okay. So this cell cannot be bigger. Oh, it could be bigger than yellow if yellow is 7, and this is 8. I'd like it a lot better if it were the other way around. By the way, these are 2s, and I never filled that in. Apologies if there has been upsettedness about that. I did not notice. Okay, and so this is a 3-2 here, so that had better be a 1. Because if it's not, it needs to be a -1. So shame omino out of nowhere. That means that these two go together. Did these two go together? Now blue can't take this cell. Okay, this sky blue, it can't take this cell anymore because of that 1. Because if this sky blue takes this cell, that immediately makes it a double arrow, but that makes this cell a 1 next to a 1. That doesn't work. So sky blue up here does not do that thing. And so sky blue, which is not 1 or 2, grows to there. Because sky blue is not 2 again, remember? I guess that has not yet told me what this is. Just told me that it wasn't going to work if that was a that. This and that are in the same omino. Okay, this and that are in the same omino, and that's not blue, so that's good enough for me to give it a carnival cakey sort of thing. It has a carnival cake sort of vibe to me for these two. So we've got that. Okay, so Garion is drawing my attention to this. And this thing can't possibly be a sum. So this actually has to be a long between line. And it's funny because it's a long between line with a bajillion 2s on it. So these are 2s. They're all red. This is delightful, Jay. Okay, so what happened here? Well, these just have to be a 3. They just have no choice anymore. 3 was regular blue in order to make that work. So what has happened now out of life? Okay. It was very unexpected. Although I think literally exactly the same or almost exactly the same thing happened in Mixo's puzzle, where it was like you had to like maximize this double arrow in the Philomeno, and it turned out the maximum was if there were like 15 1s on it or something. I agree Carnival Cake isn't 2, but that doesn't tell me anything yet, I don't think. Okay, so if sky blue is 3, the question is, what does that do to this line? And the answer is bad stuff. Because now this would be a line with a 3 and a 1 on it. That would only work if these two were 2s, but that's a problem for 80 million different reasons that we don't need to get into quite elaborately. So therefore, that is blue. And now Carnival Cake can expand over to here. We can finish this 2 omino over here like that. This is a 2. Okay, so it's at least 4. This is at least 3. If this were 3-3, that would be a 5. Or a 4. No, if this were 3-3, that couldn't be a 5. What am I talking about? No. This is a between line, not a double arrow. Because this has the same problem that Selena pointed out before. If this tries to be a double arrow, it's also a between line. Because, of course, if I'm going to make two things add to the same as one being 1 and one being something else, this one's bigger and this one's smaller. So this is a between line that's not a double arrow. Has that proven that this can't be 3? If this were 3, that couldn't be 5 at the very least. Let's see. I know this isn't sky blue. So sky blue is at most 6. Because sky blue can only ever take these cells. So this is 4, 5, or 6. So this is therefore less than that. So it is 3, 4, or 5. So right. Sky blue can't be 5 because, as Josh points out, 2 plus 8 is 5 plus 5. Right. I even actually said out loud the words that these can't be 5 before. But what are you gonna do? Okay, so why can't carnival cake be 5? Oh, if carnival cake is 5, then blue has to be 6, but the geometry doesn't work because things get crashed, I think is the problem that Nicholas is alerting us to. If carnival cake is 5, it's that 5, but now blue needs to be 6, and that doesn't work. So this is not 5. What's wrong with sky being 6 and magenta being 3? I think magenta can be 3. I don't see anything wrong with this being a 6 and this being a 3, is there? This cell is at least 4. Okay, so if carnival cake is 4, so Chad is pointing out if carnival cake is 4, then blue is 6, and then the 6 comes down and eats this line, which doesn't work. So if carnival cake can't be 4 because it forces blue to appear on this line twice, which it can't. So yeah, so for sort of funny reasons, this has actually been blue the whole time. Which is a little unfortunate since it's next to a different shade of blue. So maybe we can replace this shade of blue with the new carnival cake. Okay. I've got all of that. There was some point about this double arrow that I saw in chat, but then I got distracted by other things that I saw in chat. I think it's that this can't be a double arrow. Because if this tries to be a double arrow, that thing is going to end up on it. Oh, no, I guess it could grow that way, and then this could be a 2. I think it's okay if it's a double arrow. Never mind. In fact, it has to be a double arrow. It has to do that. Josh is right. Because if this tries to be a between line, what on earth is this going to do? Because if it was a 1, then I'd have nothing to put on it. And if it wasn't a 1, it would appear on its own line. So, in fact, this is a double arrow. And the thing I outlined actually has to be what happens. Because this needs to escape. If it escapes down, then I need a 2 there. That's not going to work. So this escapes left. We can let Kelly in. Kelly can't go here because this needs to be a 2. So we have that 2. We have that there like that. And then now this works regardless. Oops. Now this works regardless of what it is. So we've got that 2. This digit's not a 2 if you're into that kind of thing. Let's see. I probably can resolve what's going on down here if I really want to. Let's see. Meti says that one of these needs to be 1, and we know which one it is. because if they're the same color, I'm going to change what color this is. I'm going to change this to another green. These are the same color. That color needs to be fairly large. Yeah, I'm not quite seeing the proof here. Like I feel like we could repeat the same situation that happened up in the top left. Okay, I think I know that this isn't a between line. Oh no, there's still the possibility that this is an 8 and yellow is 7, and then it's a between line. And then the 8 can run up all over this and it's fine. This can be basically anything. Okay, so Michael is saying you can really actually pencil mark the things that this can be. Because it's either adding to 7 or 8 with 2, in which case it would be 5 or 6, or it's bigger than 7 or 8, but still less than 9, in which case it's an 8. So it's a 5, 6, or an 8, which is a lot of options, but it's not literally every option. Let's see. I know these two are the same. Maybe I should mark that. Yeah, I haven't used orange in a while. The funny thing, Nicholas, is this line, every digit on it could be 8. Like, there's nothing stopping me from just 8ing the whole thing. So this isn't serving as much of a blocker to a giant omino, because I can just smoosh the giant omino all over it. See, Karen says if these are the same, they're max 8 because the ends of the line between... Oh, because it ends up on the line between the 3 and the 9. I don't see it yet. Let's see. So, Josh, people in chat have been arguing that they have to be the same or that one of them has to be 1. And I have not yet understood either side's argument, but I have seen arguments to both effects. Let's see. What stops it from being a 9, Kelly, is that if it was a 9, there's no way it could avoid appearing on this between line. And then I'd have a 9 on a between line with a 9 in a circle. Yeah, I think I believe Josh's argument that if they're different, then that's a bigger problem. Because if they're different, that's saying everything on the line that's not this digit, which shows up once, adds to 1. Which I think is the same argument we did over here. I think they have to be the same. Is what I am now confident. I think that they have to be the same. So we can green both of those. Uh, uh, okay, if this is yellow, is that if this is yellow, yellow's 8, there's now 2 8s on here. Is that going to be a problem? That's going to make green enormous, right? Because green's already on this line once, remember. So green is bigger than yellow already. Even with no further work, green is bigger than yellow. So green is a minimum of 8. Uh so again, if green takes this, it also takes that. Otherwise, it doesn't, and it maybe tries something like maybe that eating the whole thing over there. Yeah, green must at least be yellow plus 3. I agree. Uh, 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 yeah, if yellow extends down, then green is now at least like 7 or at least 17 or 18 or something. Yeah, I agree green is at least 10. So green doesn't touch this business. And if green doesn't touch that, if green doesn't touch the blue line at all, then this is definitely green and that's definitely green. Okay, so therefore this isn't green. And so therefore this is just another 2 omino. Oh, green had to get out, so therefore that's green. Okay, so we've got our green business. Green's not taking that cell for sure. Green's not taking a cell in a between line because green is at least 10. Not necessarily. We could have oh, sorry, this one. Sorry, I thought you were saying this one is. I think it's going to be a shame omino, but there's still the possibility that we have a MicroStudy-esque ending here, where it's going to turn out that actually there's a second yellow one here, and green is like 208 or something. But Tristan is correct. There's no way that this is a number larger than 2 because that's a number larger than 2, and there's no combination of circles where I have 2 circles larger than 2, so this circle has to be less than 2, which means it has to be a shame omino. Let's see. Even if so, green being at least 10 means even if green takes that and that, green still takes this. I mean, I think we're just trying to prove that green actually does take the whole double arrow. Because now green is taking one of these 3. For sure. And as soon as green takes one of these 3, I think it actually has to take all 3 of them. I don't think it can take exactly 2 of them. And of course it means it's a double arrow, by the way. But it's a double arrow that's all green, I believe. Because how could I have 2 greens on this? Like those 2 being green would certainly force these 2 to be green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, green certainly takes that. I agree. But one of these, neither of these can be larger than green, because if either of these were larger than green, it would end up on the between line here. So these are just both green, as foretold by the prophets or whatever. Orange isn't 2, so we now know that's orange. Over here. So let's see how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're currently at 9, so we still need to do that. Okay. Right. Playmaker's pointing out this cell needs to fit in this space. So it certainly can't be 8 in order to make that work. Because of that. So this had better be orange, because if it's not orange, we're never fitting it into this whole mess. Let's see. Right, and these two digits have to be... Oh, right. This is orange. So the right way to say this, Math Pesto says it, this is orange, because it's at least as large as 3, and there's no way it's yellow, because if it was yellow, these would all be yellow, and this would not be 5 or 6. So this is always orange. Yeah, I'm not worried about having a 1 on the line. I'm worried about whether this cell could be yellow. This is orange or yellow. It's one of those. But I don't think we immediately know which one it is. Interestingly, if this is orange, that's yellow. Oh! Yellow's 8 either way. Because if this is orange or yellow, if it's orange, then yellow is 8. And if it's yellow, then yellow is 8, because yellow is already at that. Yes, Mr. Triss?
I'm gonna run to the store, so I'll be
back. Okay. Yeah, so there we go. So that does it. Okay, so yeah, the point was we had one of those instances where in all instances this thing was going to work out to be 8. Okay. So there we go. So we've got our thing, and so now now green is 18. Because green needs to sum to that. So green is 8 plus 8 plus 2. So green is 18. We can go ahead and write that in. I guess we do it that way around here. So certainly that's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Even if I do 10, 11, 12, I'm still not getting away with all of these being green. And this is not a 1, so it's got to be green. At a minimum. That's got to be the 2 of reds to finish the red 2-ness. Miss Kelly has to grow over to there. So actually now, how many cells are there left that this could possibly take? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, the point is that it has to green. Right. Kelly, this turns out to be a surprise Kelly. Because if it's not Kelly, then we have the problem that we can't finish this green, because it would be a maximum of 16. And so if they join, then I've got that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And now it's done. And we have finished our 18 omino. Just normal Sudoku stuff, right? So we've got our additional shame omino. So that is a 1 and an 8. Oh no, this 8 is supposed to be the regular green. That is good. Good spot. Actually, maybe I should make this 8 the yellow, just so I don't have the things touching. Okay, so we've got that. Okay, so let's see. Math Pesto says now carnival cake can't be 4. Because if carnival cake is 4, what is this? And the answer is can't be 3. No, it could be. I could do 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and a 1 here, couldn't I? I think I could do a 3 there and a 1 there. So I think there's a solution where carnival cake is 4. Is there a solution where carnival cake is 6 is the next question. If carnival cake is 6, then we can look like this. And now this would have to be bigger than 2, and that's not going to work. So carnival cake is, in fact, 4. So now this is 3 or 6, but it's certainly not 6. So it is 3. And so this can't be 3, so it's a 1. And when you have a 3 in the grid, it always goes up. And then last but not least, we have a 3 in the grid that must also go down. Wonderful, wonderful puzzle to Jay. I loved every moment of that. That was quite a delight to figure out. Alrighty. I am going to take a real quick break, though. Stretch a bit, and I will be right back. But thank you so much. That was amazing. I will be back in just a moment. Welcome back, folks. One consequence of the fact that we had the whole Stream 200 celebration, as well as the whole I had COVID thing, is that I haven't done one of my puzzles in a while. So we've had this streak we've been working on going through my old puzzles so that I can look at them and comment on what I like and what I don't, because these puzzles are on the older side. So this is way more than a year old. This is still pre me streaming even. Oh, the outside clues. Good point. Thank you, Nicholas. Nicholas is correct. The grid looks terrible. Let's try and fix it. There we go. There we go. How about that? I think that is sufficient. Okay, and so we have clearly entered the single given digit era of Zeta puzzles. There was a period where, and I still do this sometimes, but there was a period where most of my puzzles would have a single given digit, and so this is definitely one of those. Okay, so let us read the rules here. I have no idea what the correct betting tree is for this. I should pull up a ranks solve of this, because I remember ranks solving this on stream, but I'm just going to put that there and go with it. Okay, so this is a sandwich puzzle first and foremost, which is but it's a sandwich cipher puzzle, which is why it's called BLT. So these clues on the outside of the grid, they are giving the sum of the digits between 1 and 9, but ciphered. So just to show you what that looks like, if I have a 1 and the 9, well, they're somewhere in the row, and so there's some sum of digits between them. Like, say, it could be that, in which case then the outside clue, 10, 15, 17, the outside clue would be a 17. Okay. However, the letters have been ciphered, so you've got this A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, K down the diagonal. But there's one more twist, as though that were not enough of a twist, which is that the digits in the clues have always been alphabetized. And so we don't actually know whether A is the low or the high digit. Okay. So you might ask why on earth I did that. And the answer is because it would really annoy me if you could look at this and immediately write that G is 1, 2, 3, because it's the first digit of a sandwich clue. That just sort of irked me. So I went for, we're going to sort of alphabetize them. As a way of not, you have to at least work for figuring out which ones are the 1, 2, 3s of it all. Okay. So, where shall we start? So, by the way, I don't think I think Tristan just told me he went to the store, so I think there may not be betting for this. So this is for honor only, for the betting for this tree. Because I did not pull up the thing because Tristan was here when I started. So when I see the GK and the BH, the thing that my brain is drawn to is the fact that I can't have I can't have 3 30-something clues. So inside a row. So if I did, how far apart do things have to be in order to have a 30-something clue? Well, in fact, in order to be a 30-something clue, you only get one outie. Because notice 30 itself is not an option. And so, therefore, actually, one of G, K, B, and H is 1, and one of them is 2. Because... Sorry, I'm not articulating this super well. If I only get one outie, that means if if all of these are 30-something clues, that would mean that all of my crusts in these 3 boxes would end up here. That's not going to end up very goodly at all. And so one of B and H, one of B, H, G, and K is 1, and the other is 2. So we can look at B, H, and K, sorry, B, H, G, and K, and say that 1 and 2 have to live in there. And the key point here is B, H, and G, K don't share any letters in common. One needs the 1, one needs the 2. And therefore, I have chosen the worst bet tree in the world, because the next thing, this is good evidence I have not thought about this puzzle in a while, because now the minimum of this is 34, but 34 is not a valid number. So now this is 35. So we have here, these are my 2 crusts for this row, and A, D are a 3-5 pair, is what we conclude. And that's because, again, I know that A and D aren't 1 or 2, so one of them must be 3, but the other isn't 1 or 2, and it can't be 33, and it can't be 34, because that's not possible. So it is, in fact, 35, which means these are a 3-5 pair. So we have that. Okay, so we know it takes at least 2 digits to get to a sum of GK. So we've got that going on. Okay. Okay, so, oh no, never mind, not quite. DDKEK, okay. Selena has a good point, which is that regardless of whether it's down here or in these 3 columns, I've got 3 20-something clues, and the question is 20 what? And so it needs to span at most 2 boxes for one of them, because I need to have a crust, in fact 2 crusts in here. And so we have something like this, and so these would be at most 8, 7, 6, 5. 8, 7, 6, 5 is 26. And so the 2 that goes with the GHK, the 20-something that goes with it, is a number that's at most 6. I agree with that. Okay. And so it's a number that's at most 6, and it's not 1, 2, 3, or 5. So it's only 4 or 6, that hypothetical number. Right. Okay. So Garion is pointing out that this CK row, we know that 1, 2, and 3 are amongst these cells. So one of C and K is low. Well, it's not the one that's A or D, and it's not any of those, so it must be the K. So the 1, 2 is in fact the low digit in the CK. And so right, and so now this is a DK, so it's a 1, 2, 3, 5. Let's see. Do we know? Are there any other interesting clues to ask which is the low one? Right. Okay, so the point is, right, G and K can't be a 1, 2 pair. Because if GK aren't a 1, 2 pair, or are a 1, 2 pair, then there's no value for B and H that's not like 40 plus. So in fact, that means that H is the other in the 1, 2 pair. Coming out over there. So wait, sorry, that does not mean that, sorry, but it does mean G isn't. But one of these is 1 or 2 is the point. Sorry. Okay, so if k is 2, Sayori's point is it's not possible. Well, it's just not possible, because if k is 2, I need a 20-something sum. But the largest 20-something sum I could get, because I know that's a crust, would be 876. But 876 is only 21, and I can't do 21. So, in fact, actually, Sayori's point is that k, in fact, has to be 1. And so we get our 1 dance. Ba-doop-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that's not a 1. This is a crust. That's not. These aren't. Okay, and so now one of B and H is 2. And so I need at least 4 digits to get to 2, or to get to 20-something, because of the fact that, again, it's 21 or something. So, by the way, the bet tree was a 9, so congratulations to all the 9 bettors out there. I can't believe I randomly picked that cell. This certainly can't be a crust, because the clue would not then be a 20-something clue. I could even have the 1 outie. 1 outie is fine. Okay, so we've got all of that. Okay, well, BF certainly is big enough that that's not the 9. And BF is certainly big enough that that's not the 9, just looking at this diagonal sandwich clue. And in fact, we know that BF is at least 20-something, and I still can't make these sum to 20-something, so I've got to make it at least that far. Oh, by the way, 3 and 5 are not 1 and 9. So one of B and C is 9, is what we have learned. So, because one of these has to be that crust. And so these are not crust, because they see a 9 on the diagonal, and they see a 1 here. So those are not crust, for what it is worth. If this was a 9, then... Oh, right, because this is one of each letter. So if this is a 9, that's not going to work. Because if this is a 9, then my BF would either be 30 or 32, neither of which can be BF, because the 3 is an A or a D. So that's not it either. In fact, C is the one that's 9. Which makes that not crust. While we're at it. So got that happening. All right. So now, yeah, so these two. Oh, so this is certainly not 2. Is that true? Is it possible that... Right. BF don't have 2 in... Oh, no, sorry. BF could have 2 in it. Oh, right. F is not 1 or 2. So if F is not 1 or 2, B is 1 or 2, and B is not 1, so B is 2. So we've got that. So that's the 2. So B is the 2. And now we know that B goes with H, and we can go back to Selena's point that the digit the H went with had to be relatively small, because I need to have something I can fit in 4 cells. And the most I can fit in 4 cells is 26. And therefore, H is at most 6. But also, it's not 1 or 2, and it's not 3, because the thing that's 3 is A or D. It's not 5, because there's an A or D in 5, and so it's 4 or 6. And so now Selena would like us to look at the boyfriend clue. And so now that B is 2, we have outies that are either going to sum to 5, in which case this would be 30 again, or this is going to be a 5, and so now my outies actually sum to 7. So the total clue is 28. Nicholas, I chose the worst imaginable bet tree and chose what was almost the first digit for this one. So the bet tree was filled very quickly, but fortunately there was no betting for the bet tree, I suppose. But it went as badly as it possibly could for that. So we've got all of that. And in particular, the whole point of that was that B or F is 8, and B is not 8, so F is 8. That was the whole point of all of that story. Okay. B is... So this is either a 20-something or a 30-something clue. So in particular, it's certainly not fewer cells long than that. And it's not 21 either. And 21 is 876. And that's the largest I could get if this were only 3, so it's not only 3. So that's a 1. Now these C1 and 9, so they're both green. These are certainly both green because, again, this is a teenage number at least, and I'm not going to get a teenage number if I don't make them appropriately. So that's a 9. It's green. This is a 20-something number, so again, minimum 4 cells because it's not 21. So that cell is green because it sees 1 and 9. So one of these is the one for this row. These are the teen ones. I need to finish the D. Oh, right. I got the A. How did I get the A? Oh, right. I got the A using this diagonal clue. So that was the A, and so therefore this is the D. Thank you, Playmaker, for getting me the D. Okay, so these are 4, 6, and 7 going down the row here. So we've got all of that. Okay, and again, these are the 20-something ones. These are the teen-something ones. Okay. So EK, which one's K? K is again the one that's 1. So annoyingly, I think I can make those. It would have to be pretty small, though. So if this is not 1 or 9, the clue would be, in fact, at most 7 and 6, which would be 13. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, so if this is not a crust, then these two would have to be the crusts, and these two would sum to at most 7 plus 6 because of this 8. That would make EK at most 13, but E is bigger than that. So this is always a crust. Otherwise, we have created problems. And remember, again, that these are my 20-something darlings, and so these are filled in like that. So these are green as well. Okay. So now EK is actually going to run into a problem, I think, if I try and put the crust that far away. Because if this is a crust now, what's the minimum sum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 digits in a sandwich clue? One of which is an 8. So what's the minimum sum of 4 digits in a sandwich clue? Would be 14 plus 8 would be 22. That's way too many. So if I don't put the crust here, that's way too many in this column because this is a teenage clue, as Simon would say. So that can be a 9. Okay. Yes, this is crust because there's nowhere else to put one in the box, and the box needs one. DK. So similar problem here. Oh no, D is 3. Okay, so DK actually is 31 or 13. So I have to decide whether this column is summing to 31 or 13. And so if it were 13, how would I be making 13? 8 and 5? Or I can't do 4 and 9, so that yeah, I don't quite see how I can resolve that just yet. I am being told by Garion that this cell is green because it sees 1 and 9, and therefore this cell is purple because it is a 9, which I endorse. Let's see. Oh, right. Okay. Garion's point has made it so that this is definitely not crust, because I'd have to fit a CK here, and spoiler, that's not happening. So that means that this now is 31 for this DK clue, because it's certainly not 13. And so if it's 31, then that's the 1, and that's a 4 to get my 31 going. This is green because it sees 1 and 9. I will never grow tired of saying, for whatever reason. I don't know why. It just tickles me. Let's see. Oh, it's being pointed out that this CK clue is my choice of 19 and 91. And neither 19 nor 91 can be done in 2 cells, which is very nice. So therefore, that is a 1. Also, chat is suggesting that it's probably not 91. So it would be 19, which means these 3 sum to 11, which is kind of interesting, I think. But I don't think it's quite forced, but maybe it is. Let's see. Sayori is fairly confident that DK is not 0, so therefore this is not that. I believe that. So therefore this is the 9, making both of those green. This has become the 1. This has become a 9. Oh, and I've still got a little like Z-wing on 1s to finish as of yet remaining. DK. Okay, so wait. Oh no. Okay, so DK is 13 or 31. So these had better add to 13, but I don't think I yet know what exactly is happening here. Let's see. Okay, and all my BHs, do I know what H is yet? No, I don't know whether it's 24 or 26 yet. Now, 26, I suspect, is going to be tricky, because if this wants to be 26, what was the... I think the only way to do 26 was this 8765, right? Do I remember that right? 15, yeah, that would be 26. So can I make all of these cells 8765? That doesn't sound great to me, but I'm going to be honest, I don't immediately see why it breaks. But it sounds bad. It sounds very bad. Oh, because H would be 6. Right. Okay, so yeah, so Sayori's point, or sorry, Selena's point is correct. Because this would have to be 8765, but then H would be 6, and that doesn't work. So H is 4. Okay, good. So these are that. And these 2 cells can't be 6 or 7 anymore, so I should quickly pencil mark them as not 6 or 7. They seem not to be 1 or 9 either. Oh, I seem not to have hit 6 and 7 very well. Let's try again. They're not 6 or 7, and they're not 9. They're not 1 either. So we've got all of that. Okay, so So let's see. Sayori is suggesting I should use the fact that these sum to 34. So these need to sum to 11. So these need to sum to 7. And so that can only be as 2, 5. Because it can't be 1, 6 or 3, 4 because of the box. So those are always 2, 5. I agree with that. So these are whatever's left in the row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 6, 7, 8. That's not a 3. That's not a 6. In some random way. The outies here add to what? So it's 35 minus 24. These add to 11 as well, I suppose, in some capacity. I think if they add to 11, they definitely contain a 2. But that doesn't sound like a useful avenue for chasing to me. Let's see. CK is 19. So yeah, so these add to 11 as well. Let's see. What else is going on here? So I need to make sure no pair of these digits add to 10, funnily enough, because if any pair of these adds to 10, it's going to break that cell. I don't think that's super useful at this particular moment, but hopefully we can get there. So my outies here in this row need to sum to 11 again. I don't quite see what I'm going to do that. Does chat remember what the bet tree on the J. Dyer puzzle was? Let's see. CK is 19. Yeah, we checked that. Let's see. What am I missing now? I feel like now I am missing a basic thing. 6 in this box is in one of these 3 places. We got the boyfriend line. I picked a very bad bet tree for this one, Tristan. This is by far the worst bet tree I have ever picked. It was literally the first thing you did was deduce that this was a 1 or a 9, and then you knew immediately what it was. KD or DK? Well, it's certainly 13 and not 31. It's not 4, 9, of course. So it's 5, 8 or 6, 7. And that one's not an 8, so that one's not a 5. I feel like I'm missing something more fundamental. EK. This EK. So this is 16 or 17. So these add either to 8 or to 9, I guess. That doesn't sound useful immediately to me, if I'm honest. See, Screaming Ice Cube says the outies in row 9 have to contain a 2. Because if they don't, then they're a minimum of 3, 4, 5, and that's already too big. I agree. So there's definitely a 2 in one of those cells. So there's definitely a 2 in one of these cells. Hey, Ambrose, how are you doing? I'm having regrets about alphabetizing things. Let's see. So I guess that we're either roped or we have a different sum to 9. I don't see what... okay, so Martin says the point now is that if this is a 1, now these cells sum to too much with that. Because their minimum sum, if this was a 1, the outies would have a minimum sum of 3, 4, 5, which is 12. That's too many. They would need a 2 and they can't have 1. So therefore that can't be the 1. Sorry. Therefore that can't. Therefore this can't be the 1, so this is. Okay, so that seems positive. So these two sum to 11. Whatever that means. KG. So this is 16 or 17 for these sums. Let's see. Series is not 5, 6, though. See how that one's not 5. I don't... Oh, right. That one's not 5 either. Hey, how about that? Yep, that one can't be 5 because there's a 2, 5 pair. That one can't be 5 because there's a 5 in the column. Weird. So if they're not 5, 6, then they can only be 4, 7, which only goes one way, or 3, 8, right? So, and that one's not the... I don't know how I did that so badly. 4, 7, or 3, 8. That one's not a 4, so that one's not a 7. Only combos for row 7, column 1, and row 7, column... Yep. So 3, 4, 8. Let's see, did we get the same ones? Yeah, I think we got the same ones. Let's see. So... let's see. What is our next elegant thing to notice? I was seeing Garian saying that if this is 2, 4, 5, it's going to... Or sorry, if this is not 2, 4, 5, that it's going to be a problem. Because if this is not 2, 4, 5, it's 2, 3, 6. And that would make this a 3 and that a 6. But I wasn't seeing why that was a problem immediately. Because this column clue needs to sum to 16. So if this is a 3, I can't get to 16. Is that the problem? If this is a 3, it's too small. That's the point. Just by looking at this clue, this needs to sum to either 16 or 17. And this is at most 5. So if this was a 3, these would be at most 8. I would need this to be an 8 or a 9, and it can't be. So this just can't be 3 just by maths. So I think that's so Garian spotted that in a way that got me to examine it more closely, but I think that way looks a little nicer, which now means 3 is corner marked in this row. That now tells me that this is 2, 4, 5, because it can't be 2, 3, 6 anymore. So that tells me that we're roped. So these digits are in fact 2, 4, 5. That's not a 4. That's not a 4 either. Right. And the fact that this couldn't be 3 meant this couldn't be 8. And so therefore that's a 3 and that's an 8. Couldn't be 7 and 4 because the 4 is down there. Okay, we have again gained some amount of momentum. The 3 in this row is placed now. This is a 6, 7, or 8, and it's not an 8, so it's a 6 or a 7. Oh, and it's not a 6 by the given, so the given 6 is actually placed 6 in G and 7 in E. That's a 7, 8, 6, 7. That was a bunch. 3 goes with 1 in box 8 due to roping. Yep. Hey, Spool, I hope you're doing well. These are a pair of some sort. They're 6 and 8. Let's see. That was 6 and that's 8. So that's 6. I know what a weird world. So GK is now 16. So these two need to add to 8. So it's either 2 with 6 or 5 with 3. And of course it's not resolved yet because why would it be? Let's see. There's an E clue here. So EK is 17 now. So these two need to add to 9. And if these two need to add to 9 now, then, well, they're not 2, 7. And so they are 4, 5, just because that's the only way to make it work. That 4, 5 looks up there and makes that a 7. That makes these two a 2, 3. Makes these two a 5, 8, which makes that a 5 and that an 8. And now BD is 23 or 32. Well, it sure is definitely not 32, so it's 23. These already add to 13, so I need these to add to 10. And I can't do 2, 8 with an 8 already in the row, so it's got to be 3 and 7. That's a 2. See, I think the rough patch was noticing that this cell couldn't be a 3, which is fiddlier than I would like a step in one of my puzzles to be, if I'm being honest. It wasn't horrendous at the end of the day to notice that, but it was definitely something to get stuck on because it required being far more technically minded than you usually do, both in the rest of this puzzle and in my puzzles in general. It is possible that one AB is 13 and the other is 31. That is allowed. Okay, so now we've got just marking heaven going on. So 2, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, so there's a 6 over there. Let's see. Okay, that clue's done. That clue's done. That clue's done. That clue's basically done. Let's see. GK here is, again, it's 16, so these two need to add to 9. And so, again, it's not 8, 1, it's not 2, 7. So it is, again, 4, 5 in order to make that work. That 4, 5 looks down, makes that a 2 and a 5. These, again, need to add to 16. So those are 13, and so that's a 3. These are some other things, including 2 naked singles that fill in the column, so I'm happy with that. These are some sort of triple, like that. This box is getting done rapidly. This is some sort of mess. Okay, so there finally are some things that we're not actually done with. Oh, but that one's done. So that is something. So let's see. So let us fill in that. So let's see, that is an 8 and a 3 and a 2 and a 6 and an 8 and a 4 and a 2 and a 4 and a 7 and a 5 and a 4 and a 5 and a 4 and a 2 and a 4 and a 5 and a 2 and a 6 and a 5 and a 2. There we go. I also remember remember watching Ranks solve this, and I remember Ranks also seemed to find it grindier than I wished. So I am not terribly surprised that looking at this 18 months later, or however long it has been since I published this puzzle. Let's see what date I published this puzzle. June 2021. So more than 2 years ago, I guess. So we're still in the deep past, I suppose. It does not surprise me that 2 years later I found the puzzle grindy. It was really just this spot. The greater than thing. This is actually so funny story. So Sayori's noting that this is at 98% on LMD. This is the puzzle that took the longest to be rated out of any puzzle I have ever published. Like this got rated like, I don't know, like less than a year ago, I want to say. So this did not attract lots of solves, let's say. And so I took away from that people didn't really want many more cipher puzzles. So then I stayed away from cipher puzzles for a long while. But I have set a few more cipher puzzles since then, although with mixed results between Three of Diamonds and Berlin, we'll say, in terms of broad reception. Although I know Berlin has its fans, so I will not feel too bad about it. But I think me with ciphers has a mixed record, we'll say. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and then I will be back with another puzzle. So I will see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. I just looked ahead and saw that my next puzzle that we get to do on stream is called 159, and it's a Renbon puzzle because it was before 159s were a thing. So that will be fun because you know how deeply I love Renbon. So you never forget your first or something. So let us have a look at this anti-Kropke thing. By the way, Paul Fly, you can thank Danita for your subscription. I've been very generous with that. Oh, the grid needs to be moved back. Thank you for letting me know. Now that there are not outside clues. There we go. Looks prettier. So this is an anti-Kropke puzzle by Nordy. Not always in the mood for anti-Kropke. I'd say not often, but I'm feeling it today. So let's do this anti-Kropke puzzle. So let me explain what all of that means. So first of all, we have these magic green lines. These are whispers, which I admit are cool. And so every pair of digits along a whisper, you need to make sure they're at least 5 apart. So if there's a 4, you can put a 9 next to it. That's at least 5. If this is a 3, you can also put a 9 next to it, provided there's not already a 9 in the box. That's how whispers work. You can never put a 5 on one at all, is a fun fact that you will see people quote a lot, because if you try to add or subtract 5 from 5, you get too far off. But this puzzle is anti-Kropke, which means there are no white dots, so I can't have 2 consecutive digits appear anywhere in the grid, and there are no black dots, so I can't have 2 digits with a ratio of 2 to 1 anywhere in the grid either. So I have to be very mindful of that. Okay, so yeah, so Sayori, I don't think we have a bet tree for this puzzle, so I'm going to pick there and guess that somehow the break-in is going to be to look at this cell. So Sayori's mind went exactly to where mine went, which is to think about 5 and 4 and 6 in this box. And so the point is 5 and 4 and 6 are very difficult to put on whispers. As noted, 5 is exceptionally difficult in that you just can't do it. 4 and 6 only go next to 1 and 9. So I can't put a 4 and a 6 in any of these cells, or indeed in this cell at all. And so therefore I have to put a 4, 6 here. And the reason for that is that if I don't put a 4, 6 here, I now have a 4, 5, 6 triple. And a 4, 5, 6 triple is a big problem because there's always going to be a consecutive pair. So that's a 4, 6. That's a 1, 9. That 5 can't go next to the 4, 6. And I need... Wait, I already screwed this up, didn't I? How did I already screw this up? Because that's already broken. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. I was right up until this point. The question is, now I can't put the 4, 6 in either of these cells. The other 4, 6 therefore goes there. That can't be a 5, and that's a 5. And we get to make MicroStudy very happy with a 5 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo. Ooh. Ba-doop-ba-doo. Wah. Ba-doop-ba-doo. Wah. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. All right. So we've got that. That's pretty cool. So yeah, the 5s can be green today. I'm happy with green 5s. It feels like a green 5 today. These can both be yellow. So now, where are the 4 and the 6 in this row? One of them is over there at least. I don't know that I know that that's not a 4 or a 6 yet, unfortunately. So can I put 2, 3, 7s on here? Oh, right. Okay, sorry, right. I can't put a 4, 6 here, Sayori instantly points out, because it would be next to a 5. So in fact, the 4 and the 6 in this row can't go in any of these cells because of the whisper and that thing. So in fact, the 4 and the 6 go here, which means the 4 and the 6 go up here in this box. Which means the 5 in this box, this is very cute, the 5 in this box can't go there, and it can't go up here because it would form a 4, 5, 6 triple, which is forbidden. So there's in fact a 5 down there, which means there's a 5 up here. And now, if 5 is up here, that tells me this has to be a 4, 6. Because if this is not a 4, 6, then we have a problem. Also, Sarah has another point, which I should have seen, which is that the 4, 6 doesn't go here, because if the 4, 6 goes here, I need to put two 1, 9s that are the same 1, 9. So that's a problem. So these are 4, 6. And now that 5 doesn't go there. That 5 goes there. It can be green. So we've got all of that. Okay, if this is a 4 or 6, that has to be a 1 or 9. That seems fine to me. Oh, that's a good spot. Okay, so a thing I had not noticed that Garion points out is that 3 can't go next to 4 or 6 because black dots one and white dots the other. So there's in fact a 3 up here in the black, I suppose. There's a 3 up here, and then that can't be a 3 either, and that can't be a 3 either. So in fact, that just places the 3 in this box here. That's crazy and gorgeous. Okay. Very good spot to Garion. So this is an 8 or a 9. This is a 1 or a 2 to make that work. So there's a 3 along here. But the 3 can't go in the middle because 3 only goes next to 8 and 9, and there's already an 8, 9 in the row. So that's never the 3. So that actually tells me that these are low. These are low, and these are high. So these are from 1, 2, 3. And these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. And that one's definitely not a 6 at the very least. Oh, this one's not a 6 either because it's got a 6 looking at it over there. This one can't be a 3 because it's next to a 4, 6. And we're trying to learn that 3s can't go next to 4, 6s. So this is a 3. It can't go next to a 7. So we've got all of that. So that's not a 4, 6. And these two are a 4, 6 pair. Therefore, life goes on. There's a 3 up here somewhere. Let's see, if that was the 3, this would be the other 8, 9, but that seems okay to me. Let me blue, orange these, even though I don't think it's going to do any good. Let's see. Okay, so should I pencil mark the rest of this box? So what I'm noticing is there's only 2 spots for 2 in this box, which are there and there. Which is interesting. Garion pointing out that I can just pencil mark that there's a 1, a 2, and a 7 left in this row. In particular, there's definitely a 7 here. The 7 doesn't go next to the 6, for whatever it's worth. If this were a 7, it would be a 1 or a 2. There's some interaction between the 7 and the 4, 6 that I'm trying to understand. If that's the 7, that's the 6, and that's a 9. Okay, that's fine. Okay, never mind. So we've got that. Now, I need an 8 and a 9 in this box, and unless that's one of them, they're going exactly there and there. But they could do that and have a 3 between them, and I think that's okay. Garion pointing out that neither of these cells can be 3 anymore because it would be next to a 1, 2, 7, and that's a problem because 3 and 7 don't go next to each other on a German Whispers, even though they sound like they do. So we've got that. So these are all orange. And if those are all orange, then that's in fact the 7. And this is the other 1, 2. And these are an 8, 9 pair and are both orange, even if only one of them is orange in the broad light of day or something. Let's see. So this is certainly not a 6. So this is an 8 or a 9, actually. So even without considerations of cropkiness or whatever, this is only an 8 or a 9 by whisper stuff, and so that's the 7 by things. And so now the 8, 9 next to this tell me that can't be a 4, because if this is a 4, it would black dot one of the 8s. So that's a 6, and that's a 4. So that is a 4. Now 4 doesn't go next to 2, so that's the 1, and that's the 2, and that's the 1. And now 2 doesn't go next to 4, so now we know that yellow at long last is orange, and purple is blue. I'm sure that has been killing you. So that's a 4, that's a 6, that's a 9, that's an 8, that's a 9, that's a 9, it's a 2, that's an 8. These are something and something. 2 and 5. 2 doesn't go next to 3, so that's a 5, that's a 2. Green and blue. That has become a 9 while no one was looking. This is probably decidable. It seems to be a 7, which is great because it decides the 4 and the 6. These two are something and something. 1 and 8. The 8 can't go next to the 7, so it's a 1 and an 8 like that. Bam. So now we just fill in row 4 and mark our way to the end, I think. I don't think we're going to get anything else. So let's do that. So this can't be a 2, 3, or 5. It can only... Oh, it can't be an 8 either. This is just a naked 6. So we've got that. So those aren't 6. This can't be an 8. I think it can be lots of other things, though. This can't be a 4. This can't be a 1 or a 3 or a 4. This can only be a 5 or a 7. This one certainly can't be an 8. This can't be a 2. Can't be a 7. Can't be a 2 or a 4. So we've got all of that. Let's see. And I know there's going to be a 6 down here somewhere, a 9 down here somewhere. Oh, this isn't allowed to be 4, chat pointing out. Let's see. Let's see. Yes, 4 in this row is just placed, is the point. Wow. Okay, yep. 4 in this row is just placed. I agree with the masses. So 4 goes there. And so as soon as that's a 4, this can't be a 2 anymore. And now this is the only place in this row for 2, because nowhere else in the row can be 2. And so now that 2 can't go next to a 3. And so now this is the only place in the row that can be 3. And so that might be the end of that merry adventure. But it was a long, merry adventure. This can't be low anymore, because it can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4. So it's high, and that's high. And that's low. Let's see. What highs can these be? Well, they can nominally be 6, 7, 8, or 9, except this one can't be 6 or 8. That one can't be 7. Let's see. If this was 6 or 8, this would be a 1, 3, or 4. Oh, well, it's not a 4. What am I talking about? This is a 1 or a 3 for sure. Let's see. I probably want to mark this box next. So this is not 2 or 8. This is not 3 or 5. Just from that. So got all that. That can't be 8 anymore. Nicholas wisely points out because it's next to that 4. So that's a 1 or a 7. So one of these two is 8. For whatever that is worth. Maybe not that much, but worth contemplating. 3 doesn't go next to 4. So I probably have to think about where 4 is going in this row now. Can 4 go here? If this is a 4, that's a 1. I think that's okay. Because 4 is now only in 2 places in this row. I don't quite see why it can't be either of them yet. Let's see. Right. There's an 8 here that tells me that none of these cells that I have pencil marked as being able to be 8s can possibly be 8s. Let's see. Martin pointing out that these two cells can't be 3, so one of these two cells is 3, and ergo that's not 6. So that's only able to be 8 or 9. So therefore, this is never a 9, at the very least. It's not the biggest deduction that I've ever made in a puzzle, but it might have to do. Okay. Right. Sarah now pointing out these can't be 8, so one of these two is 8. They can't be 8 because that's a 7 or a 9, but that resolves that this is blue. Which is going to, I believe, do some damage. This being a 5 or 6 means that's certainly not a 5. This can't be a 5 either, because that would be a 5 next to a 6, so that's actually an 8. That's a 1-7 pair, so that's a 5. And 5s are green. Casey loves the green 5s, so we always have to make Casey happy. Let's see. 1, 3 next to a 2, someone is telling me. They're saying 2 doesn't go here, I think, in this. Wait, no, there's no. I don't see the 1, 3 next to a 2. I'm sure it's here, and I'm sure I'm blind, but I don't see it. So these can't be 3 because they're next to 2. That can't be 1 because it's next to 2. So that just is 3. Which makes that 3, which makes that 9 and 8, because whispers don't let 3s go next to 7s. Cruel though that may be. Has anyone else when doing anti-Kropke have a hard time not just doing anti-X as well, and like trying to eliminate all that as well? Okay, so 9 is now placed here. 9 dislodges absolutely nothing. When it is placed, let's see, these digits are something, 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 and something. That one apparently is only able to be a 6. Weird. This can't be a 5 either, because that would break the 5, 6 cell that it was next to, so that's only able to be a 2. These are a 1, 4, 7. Well, the 4 certainly doesn't go next to the 3, so those are a 1, 7. That's the 4. So these aren't 4, and therefore that is by Sudoku. Those are a 1, 7 pair, making that a 5 and that a 6. Orange and green. Okay, so now we have to fill in these things, because these are not 1 or 7. Okay, so this can't actually be a 4 for multiple reasons. If this were a 7, that would have to be a 2. Seems okay. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Let's see. We've got some more goodies over here. Oh, that's just an 8. Let me fill in the thing that's just an 8 before I start smattering more things around. That's a 5. So that's a 1, 7 pair, sure. Okay, so we can certainly fill in this box now. So these are not 1, 7 is of course the point. So 2, 6, 8, that's not a risk. 3, 5, 9, that's not a risk. There's actually not a lot of risks in those columns. Maybe these columns. I'm looking for a pair of things that can't go next to each other to be helpful. Okay, so this is not a 3 or a 5, so this is a naked 9. So that might be helpful. It's not what I was looking for, but I'll take it. This probably is forced as well, because it's not 1 or 7. It's not 2 or 8 either. So this is just a naked 6, because it goes next to a 4. The reason why I picked that one was because it was next to a 4. And being next to a 4 makes me suspicious. That's a 2-8 pair in this row that doesn't do anything. Good, good. Just what you hope for. Let's see. We've got... it does in... Martin encourages me to look at the Whisper and what it does in row 7, column 8. This can't be a 7, is Martin's point. Because if this is a 7, it makes both of these 2. Because 7 only goes next to 2 on a Whisper, and 7 doesn't go next to 8, so only goes next to 2. So this actually can't be a 7. That is sneaky, sneaky. So this is not a 2. 1 goes next to 8. Makes that a 6. Makes this a 2. 2 doesn't go next to 4. Makes that a 7. Makes that a 4. 4 doesn't go next to 3 or 5. Makes that a 9. So this is a 2. 2 doesn't go next to 4, so that's a 7. This is an 8. This is a 6. This is just a 1. This is a 9. This is a 4. This is a 1. A 1. A 1. This is a 7 and a 4. This is a 5 now, owing that it is next to a 2. So that's a 3, and that is blue and green. 5. And this is a 3 and a 5. And this is a 3. This is a 1 because it's next to an 8. So that is a 1 and a 7. That is a blue and an orange, and a blue and an orange. So we can go through 1, 7. Oops, 1, 7, 1, 7. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is an 8. Sorry, Ransk. And the bet tree is a 2. So congratulations to all the 2 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That was a really neat puzzle. That is exactly what I was in the mood for when I saw Anti-Kropke Whisper puzzle. So it did not at all disappoint on the... it delivered exactly what was on the tin. Alrighty. Let me do another puzzle before break, since that one was pretty quick. So let us do... and I feel like every setter has a puzzle with this rule set, but let us do Math Pesto's puzzle with this rule set. So every line in this grid is simultaneously a region sum line and a Renban. If the puzzle is fast enough, I don't always take a break. So sometimes I'll take a break even if it's a 20-minute puzzle, but sometimes I do not. I do not know where the best bet tree for this is, but I'm going to guess there. So these are region sum Renban. Welcome, Michael, aka Calvin Ball, has become a fan. Let's get you a fan dance. Woo! 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 Thank you, Zach, and thank you so much, Michael. Welcome. Row 1, column 1. Sorry, I've been encouraged to move the bet tree there. Good. Okay. By the way, I don't at all derisively say that every setter has a puzzle with this rule set. It's just as true. Every setter has a puzzle with this rule set. So yes. So we can get a digit almost immediately. So this is a 9 long Renban, which means every digit shows up on it. And I have a huge problem if I don't put a 9 here, and the problem is I have to put a 9 somewhere else. And wherever I put the 9 is going to be an enormous problem. So that's going to be a 9. And we can get our favorite 9 dance. Ba-doop-ba-doo! Woohoo! Do-do-do-do! Waha! Ba-da-ba-da! Waha! Ba-da-ba-doo! Wee-hee! Woohoo! Da-da-ba-da! Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So these need to be each of the sums to 9. That makes some amount of sense. Let's see. We could have used the secret. Yes, Selena, I believe the first time I did one of these puzzles, I did it that way, and then someone in chat explained to me the way I just did it, and I liked that way better. But it works out either way. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to point out, or I'm going to color just in case it's useful. I doubt it's going to be useful that these two are the same color. Michael also pointing out that these two are the same digit. Glad to have you here. Yeah, the Sudoku scene's really cool. I am always happy to have more folks involved in it. Let's see. So yes. Okay, so what are we going to look at next? So what am I omitting from this Renbon? I guess I can immediately say that this Renbon is length 6. Sorry, no, this Renbon is length 7. So the things missing from it are definitely 1, 2, 8, 9. So yeah, so this is 1, 2, or 8. If this can't possibly be 8, though, right? Oh, maybe it could. Actually, I should probably think if I leave a 9 off of this Renbon. I have to think, under what conditions does a Renbon have a sum divisible by 3 if it's length 7? I think there was an elegant way to think about this that wasn't try and do the arithmetic in your head. But I need this to be divisible by 3. These are the two things that aren't on it. So these two need to add to a multiple of 3. Am I going to get the bet tree right away again? Because these two need to add to a multiple of 3. And so that is useful. Yes, as Garion says, 28 is not divisible by 3. So there's no 1 on here. So one of these is a 1. And they need to add to a multiple of 3. And so that one's not a 9 either. So it's 1 with a 2 or an 8 to do this. So yellow's not 1. So yeah, so 1 with 2 or 8. If this is an 8, what do this 8 and the 4 digits below it sum to? I don't think I know. Oh yes, yellow's definitely not 9. That's true. Good spot. Because yellow sees 9 there. So actually, yeah, none of those are 9. So yeah, so this is now a Renbon with a 9 on it. And so therefore these are a 1-2 pair. So the bet tree will be a 1 or a 2. Which is good to know. Bye, Nicholas. This can't be a 1. Because if it were a 1, the sum of this Renbon would be 15. It is really a day of getting bet trees right away. Because if this is a 1, this thing would sum to 15, and that's not going to work for my region sum line. So this is actually a 2. So so we'll leave it a mystery exactly what happens after I fill in a 2 here. Uh, okay, so Tristan can probably close the betting if he's listening. So these are 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sums to 20. So the sum is 10. So I need these two to sum to 8. So they're not a 4. Wait. You're right. Yes, I need these two to sum to 8. So they're not a 4. So one of these is a 4, and that means the other is a 6 because of that. So these aren't 6. These are 3 and 5. Yellow is 8. That's true. So we've got that. One of this mess is an 8. This row has in it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are 1, 3, 5, and 7. So this digit's definitely even. 2, 4, 6, or 8. It's probably not what I'm supposed to notice here, but we'll do it. The bet tree was a 1. Congratulations to all the 1 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That 3-5 pair has made this a 7, I am noticing. So this is a triple of 2, 3, 4, 6, and something else. 7, 8, and 9. 4, 6, and 9. So this is not 4 or 6 just by this line. And if that's not 4 or 6, then this is not 5 or 7, actually. So this is just 1. These need to add to 9. So this is 1 and 8. We got yellow because these two needed to add to a multiple of 3. And that gave us yellow, Selena. So these are a 3, 5. Let's see. Okay, so there's a 3 and a 5 down here. I don't know if that's worth noting. Doesn't sound super worth noting, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah, that's true. We can just fill this in because this is roped. 1, 3, 5. Sorry, that's not 1, 3, 5. That's 1, 3, 5. I did not do my roping super well. So these are the other ones. These are 2, 8, and 7. Okay. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is 8 long. And so this 8 long one needs to be missing 9, actually, because if it's missing 1, it no longer sums to a multiple of 3. So so this is everything but 9. I'm just going to note. And so everything but 9 divided by sums to 36, divided by 3 sums to 12. So the sum of these two is 12. So in particular, neither of them is a 6. Neither of them is a 1 or a 2. Oh, and there's no 9 involved, so there can't be a 3. This one can't be an 8, so this one can't be 4. Yellow shows up there. Oh, did we just mark yellow as 1, 2, 8, 9 for no reason? It's possible we did. That might explain how we got the cell we were supposed to get last first. I'm not sure. I admit to being confused. We either justified it or we didn't. And I'm not prepared to say which it was that happened yet. But it was one of those. I'm pretty sure. I guess I know the sum of these 5 cells for whatever it's worth. Math Pesto says it's all correct. So maybe there was a smart reason why it had to be true at the time. Yeah, it is possible we found the bet tree very early because we got very lucky, and we made an error that just happened to not break the puzzle. I think that's probably what happened. Okay, so not a 1. Okay. Oh, we just got lucky on the 8. That's possible. Let's see. This is 7 long. So these sum to, yeah, these sum to 24. So this is not 1 through 7. Because if it was 1 through 7, it wouldn't be even. So one of these two is an 8. I will mark in the traditional way. So that's not an 8. Oh, it's not 3 through 9 either. Because if this were 3 through 9, it would again not be even. So this is 2 through 8 exactly. And of course, none of these are 8. So 1 and 9 in this row need to live over here for whatever that is worth. And I guess I should think about the sum, right? If 2 through 8 sum to 35. No, 2 through 8 can't sum to 35, can they? Did I screw this up? How did I screw this up so badly? 2 through 8 sum to 35. That's definitely not even. Oh, because it's actually 36? No, I don't think so. Was my claim that 1 through 7 sum to an odd number wrong? My claim that 1 through 7 sum to an odd number was wrong, because 1 through 7 sum to 28. That's the problem. So my claim that this isn't 1 through 7 was incorrect, because in my brain I convinced myself that 1 through 7 sum to an odd number. So yes, this is the thing I actually know it's not. It's not 2 through 8. So it is 1 through 7 or 3 through 9, but I don't know which one yet. Let's see. Oh, Selena is noting that this is a region sum line. And so because this is a region sum line, and I know that it's the digits whatever through whatever, 3 through 9 in this particular region sum line, I know that the total sum is 42. And so therefore this 8 goes with whatever it goes with in order to get to 42 divided by 3. 42 divided by 3 is, let's see, 45 divided by 3 is 15. So it's 14. So this needs to be a 6 in order to make that work. Okay, and so now these two also add to 14 without being 6, 8. So these are 7, 9. And these are the other ones. These are 3, 4, and 5 to make that work. No, that doesn't sound right either. Oh, because 7 and 9, oh boy, this is not going well today. 7 and 9 don't add to 14. 5 and 9 add to 14. That'll probably work out better if I'm being honest. And these are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's too many digits. Oh, there's already a 9 down there. These are 3, 4, and 7. Let's see. If there is no 7 on this line at all, then it would sum to 21, which would mean that each box would sum to 7. I don't immediately see anything wrong with that hypothetical. Unfortunately, now my deduction about this is wrong, because in my head 1 through 7 was odd, because if that were true, this would place a 9 here, but it does not, in fact, place a 9 there. Tristan should make a compilation of math with Zeta. Oh boy, that would be something. Let's see. I was trying to see if there's a reason this couldn't be 1 through 6, but I don't think there's an obvious to me reason why it can't be 1 through 6. Let's see. I mean, these two digits are these two digits, for whatever that is worth. Oh, no, I don't even know that, because that digit could go there. All I know is that this digit goes over there. Let's see. What else do we know? I'm sure there is something that I could deduce with the information in front of me. Let's see. Garion believes that if I do box and line math, this either has to be a 10 or a 3. So we can just add up what these are. So these add to 9. These add to 12. So that's 21. And now, remember, there are only 2 options for the sum of this line, because it's either 1 through 7, in which case this would be 14. And 14 plus 9 plus 12 is something. 26 plus 9 is 35. That would make that's the option that would make this a 10. Or this is 3 through 9, in which case these are this is 21 plus 9 is 30 plus 12 is 42, in which case this is a 3. Okay, there we go. That is a very cute trick. So there's a 3 over here on this Renbon. And that 3 goes with 2 other numbers that add to 9. So in particular, there's no 6 up here. So there's definitely a 6 down here. And so the 6 goes with 2 numbers that add to 6. So there's no 7 or 8 in here. So it's either 1, 2, or 4, 5, of course. So the 8 is actually up here now, because the 8 has to go somewhere. But if the 8 goes up here, then it goes with a 1, and so these are actually a 1, 3, 8. It's not an 8, that's not a 1. So now this is a 5, 7 pair, because I can't use the 8 if the 8 needs to be up here. Wait, did I just cheat? I just cheated again, didn't I? I totally just cheated again. Because I said, where does the 8 go? And then used claiming that the only place the 8 could go to rule out that the 8 went the place that I just claimed wasn't the only place the 8 could go. That's probably not the correct way to go about this. By the way, we did just prove that this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and so that's the 3 for the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I believe, if I recall how all of that math went. 8, none of those are 8. Oh, and in fact, that's the 8 for that whole thing because of that 8 there. And so we've got that. And so that has become a 5 and a 3. And so that's a 3 on this line. These two add to 9, for whatever that is worth. That's not a 3. That's not an 8. Okay, so now these are a 1-2 pair. So these are a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 quad. This is not 3 or 7. That one's not 7. That one's not 3. If this was a 4, 6, the sum here, I would need 6 consecutive digits that sum to 30. That's not going to work. This can't be a 4 or 6. So 6 consecutive digits summing to 30 would of necessity contain a 5. And there's no way I can put a 5 in any of these 3 2-cell sums to 10. So that's just a 3 right away. And now I can ask myself, it's either summing to 7, in which case this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or it's summing to 27, in which case I'm not quite sure. But I do know that because of that 5, one of these two over here is a 5. Oh, okay, now there's just not a 7 on here. Because if this were not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it would need a 7, but the 7 would, by Sudoku, go here. But 5 plus 7 is 12, and 3 plus 4 or 6 is not 12. So this is actually 3. Sorry, this is 3 plus 4, making that a 9 and a 4, making the 8 go there. Now, there's a 3, 4 here. So, and this isn't 2, 5. So this is 1, 6, and this is 2, 5. I suppose I also could have used the corner marked 5 to place the 2, 5 out of the sums. But what are you going to do? So that 1, 6 looks down there, making that a 2 and a 1. These are something that does not include a 6 or a 7. They are 2, 5, and 9. And in fact, that one just is a 9 because it's got a 2, 5 looking at it from the right. Let's see. I'm being told by Selena we can figure out what the add to 9 combo is here. So it's not 1, 8. It's maybe 2, 7. It's not 3, 6. And it's maybe 4, 5. I wonder how Selena knows it's not one of those. So 4, 5, or 2, 7. That one's not a 4. That one's not a 5. I'm not quite sure yet, actually. Oh, 4, 5 would break the ways to sum to 6. Because the thing that Selena remembered that I have long since forgotten because it was ages ago, is that I corner marked a 6 into this 12 sum. And so I need 2 digits to go with it that sum to 6. But that's 1, 5 or 2, 4, and making this 4, 5 would break both of them. So in fact, this is 2, 7, meaning that there's no 2 here and no 4. So these are actually 1, 5, 6. And if those are 1, 5, 6, then actually these are 8 and 4. So good thing I noticed that I screwed that up because that was a completely wrong deduction earlier. And so these are not 4 or 5, and they're not 1 or 5 either. And that's not an 8. So these are a 2, 7. There we go. That's right. The sum was supposed to be 12. It would have been a lot easier to do that if I'd remembered the sum was 12. Hey, Heliopolis. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing well mentally, but not doing well at Sudoku today, I can admit. So this is only a 4. And this is not a 4 or a 6. So this is the 9. Yes, because there's a 5 up there. This is the 9. And so all of that's gone. 5, 6, 7. Let's see. So that 2, 7 and that 2, 7 have made that a 6 by magic. So that's not a 4 and that's not a 6. Speaking of magic, this column's got some stuff in it. And that stuff includes a 2, 7. So we can't have that be 2 or 7. So neither of those is 7. Yeah, we've got 1, 4, 8, and 9 left, but that's the only place for the 8 in column 9. I, for some reason, see now. One of these needs to be 3, 6, and it's not that one. So these are 3, 6. And actually, I know the order. And so these have to be 4, 5 just by Renbon. 5, 4. 1, 6, 7. 4, 3. 4, 6. Going up there. That's not a 4, so that is. No 4 there. No 3 there. 7, 5. 2, 7. 2, 7. No 6 there. These are some friends. That's the 2 sort of friend. These are some friends as well. Let's see. That's the 1 sort of friend, apparently. That was a very helpful friend to find. 9, 6, 9, 1. 5, 6, 1, 7, 9, 5, 6, 7, 2, 2, 5. 5, 1, 3, 7, 8, 2. And yeah, now let's throw mark at box 5 and see what happens. Very nice puzzle, Math Pesto. Sorry that I cheated, but we got lucky. So sometimes it happens. All right, now I'm gonna take a quick break. Well, I think it was only a bad bet cell because I cheated immediately and pencil marked that cell as though it were seen by the whole Renbon. So I think it would probably have not been a bad bet cell if I had not also made a logical leap. And I think it is hard to anticipate that the solver will fill a random digit into a cell when you're choosing your bet tree. Alrighty. I am going to take a moment to stretch, and I'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. I saw Playmaker around earlier. I don't know if Playmaker is still awake. I have hazy recollections of where I think Playmaker lives, in which case they may not be awake. But let us have a look at Avant-garde. So we have normal Sudoku rules. We have our region sum lines, just like in the previous adventure. And then along a golden line, we can't have repeat digits and we can't have consecutive digits. So these are so-called Nabner lines at the end of the day. I really liked Selena put it as any two digits that appear on a Nabner line must have a difference of at least 2. I think that is a natural sounding way to put it. Going to put a bet tree up here and just look forward to when that is the first cell we fill in. So we've got a few gimmies. So these are 5 length things. So these need to sum to at least 15. So these are from, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this is also from 6, 7, 8, 9. And both of these are just things about min-maxing. So the minimum these can sum to is 6, and that digit needs to sum to it. The minimum these can sum to is 15, and so I need these to be at least 6, 7, 8, 9 to do that. Now, almost assuredly, 6 is going to immediately break. Because that would make these 1, 2, 3. No, maybe not. Maybe it doesn't immediately break. Selena would like a challenge to set a region sumline puzzle without a 2-5 line. I think Beauty Mark doesn't have a 2-5 line, if I recall correctly. Maybe it does, but I don't think so. I think Beauty Mark doesn't have a 1-3 line or a 2-5 line, if I recall correctly. Okay. So J40 has a smart observation that this cell, where does it go in box 7, which is very cool. So you might think it could go along here, but that runs into a problem much like the nightmare earlier, where that would mean the other 4 cells on this line summed to this digit, but that doesn't work. So this is a 6, 7, 8, 9, and now that means it's part of this sum, which is crazy, because it now means the minimum sum of this sum is actually 12, because it's 6 plus 1, 2, 3 is the minimum. So this is at least 12. Okay, so question, can this be, can there be no 6 here? I think I can prove there can't be no 6 here. Because if there's no 6 here, then these are from 7, 8, 9. And I'm not allowed to use a 7, 8, 9 on this line at all. Because if I use all the 7, 8, 9s, then I have a big problem. Where using all the 7, 8, 9s means I can't find 4 non-consecutive digits anymore. So there's definitely a 6 here. Otherwise, it breaks this. Okay. Now, is it possible that yellow isn't the one that's actually the 6? Because, again, one of these numbers has to be 5 or smaller. And so if one of them is 5 or smaller, and I need to get to 6, I need to get to 12, then, right, one of these numbers is 5 or smaller, because of that I can't use all of 7, 8, 9, which means that, right. People are pointing out completely correctly, if I'm using a 6, I'm obviously using a 9 over here, because I need to get to a minimum of 15. My brain was off in La La Land. But I'm using a 5 together with a... Wait, no, I don't think... I think I was thinking about this wrong, because I think all I'm saying is these can't be a 7-8 pair for sure. Oh, well, if these can't be a 7-8 pair for sure, then yellow can't be 9. Because if yellow was 9, these would sum to a minimum of 15. They'd have to be a 7-8 pair. So yellow's not 9. Yellow is 6. And we get some more 60 dances from Mr. Zach. Ba-doop-ba-doo. Whoop, 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 whoop. Boop, boop, a doo. Whoop, 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 whoop. Boop, boop, a doo. Whoop, 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 whoop. Ba-da-ba-da, 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 ba-da-ba. Waha! Ba-da-ba-da, waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So yeah, so so we've got now, there needs to be a 7 or 8 here, and there needs to be a 7 or 8 here in order to make this work. Sayori has for a while wanted to place the 2 here. It didn't seem like the natural next step, but we can do that. So Sayori's point is where are 1, 2, and 3 in this box? And Sayori's point is you can't put a 1, 2, or a 3 on here because this sums to a minimum of 12. You'd need a 9, and you can't have it. So 2 of 1, 2, 3 are on this line, and which are they? They're 1 and 3, so therefore this is a free 2. And so now, where's the 4 in this box? The 4 is with this. And so the only way this works is if it's a 4 with an 8. Okay, so I think I felt like Sayori's point wasn't the point, but the Sayori's point was definitely the point. Because now these are 1, 2, 3, 6. So we've got those. And now we know exactly what's on here. It is 1, 3, 5, and 7. Let's see. Okay. So we've got all of that. Oh, and by the way, these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if you are so inclined to think about that sort of thing. The 2 in this is definitely here, so these aren't 2, and so that one is. The 1 and the 3 are here, so these aren't 1 or 3, and these are. And if those are 1 and 3, that's not 1, 3. Oops. Not doing well at hitting buttons today. That's not 1, 3 because of the row, and so these are 1, 3. And that 2, 4, 5 actually fixes out that that's the 7 and that's the 5. Okay. So all of that happened. These are 7, 8, 9. These are 7, 8, 9. And these being 7, 8, 9 and that being a 6 means these just are 4, 5. I don't even have to argue that it's 4, 5. It just is 4, 5. Just by Sudoku even. These are 7, 8, 9. So these sum to 9. Yeah, okay, so if this was a 6, okay, so this being a 6 now breaks horribly, because if this is a 6, these cells are sum to 15 and are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now if I can only choose from 6, 7, 8, 9. That's never going to work. What if this is a 7? Then these are 16. They're 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. So I could take the 5, and then I could choose 2 of 7, 8, and 9. That would be okay. Okay. I guess I know the absolute maximum sum of these is 18. And even in a 5-cell sum to 18, I still need a 1 and a 2. And a 3, actually, right? Is that true? Do I need a 1, 2, and 3? I might need a 1, 2, and 3, actually. No, it's not true. I don't need a 1, 2, and 3. I just need a 1 and a 2. Sorry. Yeah, I need a 1 and a 2. That one's not the 2, of course. Okay. People are interested in this box because the fact that these 3 sum to 9. Yeah, 9 is on the nabner by Sudoku, because these add to 9, so there's certainly not a 9 on them. So there's a 9 there, and then people's point is, well, there's definitely not an 8 here, so there's definitely an 8 here. And now where's the 7? The 7 now, again, still can't be part of a 3-cell sum to 9, can't be on a nabner with an 8, so there's a 7 over here. And in fact, the 7 you actually know is there, so you actually know there's a 7 up here somewhere. So now there's a 6, but now the 6 is here. That's gorgeous, because the 6 can't go with a 7, and the 6 can't go in a column with a 6. So this is a 6 together with a 1, 2. One of these is a 6, I'm noting, just for the sake of it. So there's not a 3 here, for whatever it's worth. I don't think I know that these aren't 4, 5, though, unfortunately. So 5 actually now is joining these, because it's not in this column just by Sudoku alone. And so now 4 is the digit that joins the 8, because 4 can't go over there. And now these are just the complement of 5, 7, 9, and 3, it looks like. So we've got that. This, I think it makes the most sense to just type all of that in it, and then note it's not 4 or 8, and it's not 3 or 5, and it's not 7 or 9. So this is a 1, 2. I didn't do that, right? No, I did. Because that 1, 2 pair means that this cell's a 1 or a 2, and there's definitely a 3 over here. The reason why is that every 3-cell sum to a single-digit number that doesn't have repeats has 2 of 1, 2, and 3 in it. So these aren't 1 and 2, so that one has to be. And then I need a 3 or I'm not going to make it work. So these aren't 3. Okay, now if there's a 3 involved, it's definitely not summing to 7. And now the other digit here has to be a 4 or a 5. Because 3 plus 1 is already 4, and I'm getting to a maximum of 9. So these are actually from 3, 4, 5. That now tells me that these are not 3, 6, because there's a 6 looking at them, and they're not 4, 5. So these are 1, 2, 7, 8. It's not a 2, so that's not a 7. Just looking at that. That's a virtual 1, 2 pair for whatever that is worth. Let's see. So now, so I think it's worth thinking about what's happening along here, maybe. So I definitely have a 7 or 8. So am I supposed to ask something about like 7, 8, and 9 in this box? One of them is there. See, the problem is that one could go there, and then I still have a lot of flexibility on exactly what happens with this nabner, I feel like. Maybe I am incorrect. Let's see. Trying to decide if I can somehow use this. Okay, so good spot to Sayori. This cell, whatever it is, this cell doesn't actually go down here. It looks like it could go down here, but it actually can't. Because if this is a 9, of course it can't go in a 2-cell 9 sum. If it's an 8, these would be 1, 8, but there'd be a 1 in this sum. So the orange is actually over here. Which means The other of 8 and 9 is definitely down here. If orange is 8, then this is a 9, I guess. Okay. Okay. Fair point to Garion. I've actually accounted for all of 1, 2, and 3 in this box. I never actually said those words out loud, but if you put together the words I said in the right order, I did, because I said there's 2 1, 2, 3s here, and there's definitely a 1, 2, 3 here. So that's all the 1, 2, 3s. And so Garion's point is, if I don't put any 1, 2, 3s on this Nabner, it doesn't work, because I'd need to pick all of them from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is always from 1, 2, 3 in order to make that possibly work. Now, let's see. Now, if there's not a 4 on here, then it needs to have 5, 7, and 9 on it exactly. I don't think that quite breaks that I can see. Yeah, that's what I was trying to prove, Martin, but I don't necessarily immediately see what's wrong with 5, 7, and 9 being here. It would make these a 5, 7, 9 triple just by Sudoku. It would certainly make one of these a 3. Make these a 1, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, that doesn't work. Sorry, I'm right. It doesn't work. If there's not a 4 here, then these are 5, 7, 9, which makes that a 9, because remember, that's in here. But now, oh, does that work? Maybe that's not a huge problem. Anyway, oh, right. Sorry. That is a huge problem if you look at the corner marked 6. One of these is a 6. And so where are 5 and 7 in this box? Well, they're not there. So in particular, there's definitely a 4, right? If there's not a 4, now we have the problem, because if there's not a 4, this would have to be 5, 7, 9. So there is a 4. So these aren't 4. So they're 3, 5, and so they're 1, 3, 5, 9. And so these are 4, 6, 9 by previous notes. Okay, thank you. Thank you to the team effort from chat for that. That being a 1 makes these a 2, 7. That makes that a 2 and that a 1 just by Sudoku. That there being a 4 in here means this isn't a 3, and it seems to not be a 2 either, so that's a 1. These aren't 1, so that is. That's not a 9, that's not a 7, and I think this is an 8. So that's a 7, in fact. So that's a 4 and an 8. Let's see. This puzzle has been so nice so far. Okay. Now, I've got these Nabners to do something with. I'm going to let myself grab that. Sorry. Before I do that, I'm going to see that chat points out that that 3, 5 pair tells me that that's a 9 and a 7. That'll probably make this look a lot better. So those are a 3, 5. That's a 9. Okay. So now I'm going to do the same thing. Where I mark these. Note that these aren't 3, 5 because there's a 3, 5 pair. So these are from 4, 6, 8. These aren't 3, 5 either because there's a 3, 5 pair. There's also a 9 looking eastward. Sorry, looking westward. Go west, young 9 or something. These aren't 6 because there's that pair over there. So these just are 3, 5, and 9. Okay, so is it possible there is no 1 anywhere on any of these? That seems very unlikely, so I'm betting that cell's a 1. But I'm not necessarily ready to hang my hat on it just yet. Let's see. Okay, so 9's down here. Okay, 8 could be here. There's definitely a 7, though, in one of these cells. So if the 7... Wherever the 7 goes, the 6 doesn't. But the 7 could go there, and the 6 could go there, for example. Is something I think I see. Yeah, one of these two is 8. Okay, so this Nabner doesn't have a 1 on it. Maybe that's the way to start. This Nabner doesn't have a 1 on it. If it doesn't, well, it definitely therefore needs to have a 2 on it. Because if it didn't have a 2 on it, then it would have to be 3, 5, 7, 9, and it's not, because it's got a 4, 6, or an 8 on it. So there is a 2 on this Nabner somewhere. Likewise, oh, so this Nabner can't have a 7. That's the point. No, I think it can have a 7. I think it's a 7. I think that's fine. Oh, it doesn't have a 9 either. Okay, well, that makes things a lot easier. So if I look at my orange cell and look at these cells, it doesn't have a 1 or a 9. So it just is 2, 4, 6, 8. So that makes my life a lot easier. Thank you, chat. I don't know why I was focused on the 1 and not the 9. Okay, but that's 2, 4, 6, 8, which means this is an odd digit. So it is 3, 5, or 7. Because it's an odd digit because it sees all of 2, 4, 6, and 8, and it's not 1 or 9, but it's not 7 either because there's definitely a 7 down there. Also, there's definitely a 7 down here, so this isn't a 6. So this is only a 3 or a 5, and regardless of whether it is 3 or 5, these can't be 4, so they are 2, 7. If they are 2, 7, that's not a 3, it's a 5. So we get all of that, and so now I just enter 1 through 9 here and pick stuff off. So it's not 2 or 7 or 5, it's not 4 or 6, it's not 1 or 3, and it's not 8. So this is a naked 9 eventually. Making that a 3, a 1 and a 3. Gets rid of those, gets rid of that, gets rid of that. So we've got all of that. That was very elegant, so that's not a 2, of course. So my 2 is up here for sure. For what it's worth. Tells me... so now 2 has been shunted onto this. And so that is very interesting in terms of what it means about this. Because there's no 2 or here. There's no 1 or 2 on this line. So this is at least 3. Okay. I feel like 9 could go there. Oh, in fact, 9 does go here. Just by Sudoku, 9 goes there because 9 is just placed there. So that's a 9 and that's a 2. I was going to say I thought it was going to be hard to prove that I was going to say I thought it was going to be hard to rule out this case, but it turns out you can rule in the case a lot more easily than you can rule out the case. Also, I want to acknowledge Matt Laffey's point in chat. I can place 2 in column 1 now because I know that 2 rules 2 out of there. So actually that's the 2, which is delightful. So we've got all of that. So these are certainly not 2, 9 for what it's worth. In fact, actually that's the 2 just by examination. One of these 2 is a 7. If that were the 7, that would be a 4, which is probably what happens. But I don't yet see it for sure. Garion says this is a naked single. So... the point is, the thing that I missed that Garion saw is that when I marked this cell as seeing all 4 of these cells, for whatever reason, I was being a bit of a dum-dum because I didn't mark that these 3 cells all see all 4 of these cells. And so this is definitely odd. And now, given that it's odd, it can only be 7, which makes that a 7 and that a 4, makes that a 6, that a 4, that a 9, that a 5 and a 4, that an 8 and a 9. So I like saw half of the deduction I was supposed to see over there, which is always the hardest thing to then recover if you see part of, but not all of the thing that you're supposed to see. It's sometimes difficult to then go back and figure out the thing you were actually supposed to see, because you're not looking at the area because you think, I got the thing I was supposed to get out of that. But sometimes you, in fact, no, you did not get the thing you were supposed to get. You got just part of the thing, and then you therefore ignore the rest of it. Okay, so we've got all of that. I feel like I did better with the bet tree than I have done in any of the previous puzzles today, so I'm going to count that as a win, and just go on from there. Okay, I screwed something up. What did I screw up? 3, 1, 3, 4. I don't know. I hit some random button. It's about on par for today. To hit a random button instead of the button I'm supposed to hit. 8, 6. This is a something. That is a 1, 2, 3, 4, and the bet tree is a 5. No, it's not. Sorry. Bet tree is actually a 6. Sorry to get your hopes up. So the betting tree is a 6. So congratulations to all of the 6 bettors out there. How did Lakia bet? Did 100% of people bet on 6? How did 100% of people bet for 6? 100% of the bet. How many people bet? Did people literally have Simon solving this open in another window or something? Only one person bet? Amazing. Okay, well that is unprecedented. Wonderful puzzle playmaker. I really enjoyed that just a nice gentle puzzle. Nothing too bad, nothing too difficult. Everything was super smooth. There were no complicated steps, just gorgeous and flowy and very nice. And I really enjoyed the what happened by the time you got to this little crisscross fork happening here. It was very cool. Excuse me. Alrighty. I'm gonna stretch real quick, and then we're gonna come back and do a couple 6x6s. Garion, I think it was my fault because I put some Nabner lines in the puzzle soliloquy, and then Simon did it. And so then some people made it, but then I did a puzzle with Nabner and Regent some lines, so the same rule set and a single black dot. And then Simon also did that one. And so I think that may have done it. Although still my favorite of my new age Nabner puzzles is Cascade, which is Nabner's and white dots doing weird things. Anyway, I'm going to stretch and then do a 6x6, so I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. MicroStudy has recently been doing a 100% run of my of every puzzle I've posted, at least the puzzles I've posted to LMD. I don't know if MicroStudy is doing all the ones from the catalog that are there that I did not post to LMD as well. But included in that are my two S-cell puzzles, which are definitely two of my prouder creations. So this is an S-cell XV puzzle. So just to explain how that works, every row and column and box needs actually the digits from 0 up to 7. I, of course, put my iced tea out when I went on a walk and didn't bring it back. And so that lets you do weird things like have two V's next to each other to make a dog face, like that. Because you can have two digits in cells, and so you could have like, for example, you could do something like 1, 3, 6, and 4. Oh, that was terrible as a choice. Because oh, did I say 0 through 7? I meant the 7 digits 0 through 6. The thing I did was actually an example not of that, but an example of that. 1, 3, 6, and 4. Okay. So let us have a look at this. So first things first is that I'm going to look at the dog. This can't be an S cell, because if this is an S cell, it does not fix the problem that these two would need to be the same digit. Because if this is an S cell, if it sums to 4, these would both need to be 1, for example. So I'm going to note that's not an S cell. Now, this I'm going to contend had better be an S cell. By the way, Danita is talking about some kind of chocolate that I'm now... I like chocolate. Did someone in chat talk about it? Zotter chocolates or something? I would be excited to try this. Anyway, I'm going to contend this had better be an S cell, because if it's not, this would have to be a 4, 6. It's certainly not putting a 6 on a V. The only other option would be to make this the 4, but then I would need both of these to sum to 1, but I can't have two cells that sum to 1. Oh yeah, there was all of that discussion of setting up a P.O. box. So you should set up a P.O. box, and then I get chocolate is a very good incentive to set up a P.O. box. So that means none of that stuff is S cells, none of that stuff is S cells. So this is indeed an S cell. Selena believes this cell is 0 because otherwise I have to have 3 digits summing to 5, because whichever side of this is in the V, that's the S cell, that's just going to be 2 digits. As Selena puts it, putting a 0 in the S cell doesn't help. So I need a 0 in my sum to 5, and the 0 actually has to go here. So these are actually a 4, 6. This is a 4, 6 pair, in other words. And now this V, which is a perfectly normal V that doesn't have a 4 in it, is a 2, 3. And now these are a 1, 2, 3, 4. These are a 1, 5, except one of these is a 5. One of these two is a 5, because whichever the ordinary V is a ye old perfectly normal 0, 5 V. So that's a 1 and a 5. Exactly the same dog face reasoning down here. That's not an S cell because it wouldn't fix the problem. So the column 3V now is not 2, 3, or 1, 4. It's the classic 0, 5 V. Oh, MicroStudy being MicroStudy. Okay, so this is my next S cell, because it's not the 5. So this needs to be a 2, 3 S cell. Let's see. Okay, so this needs to be an S cell for the funny reason that the only way to make an X is a 4-6, and this single cell rules 4-6 out of that. So this needs to be an S cell. That's hilarious. I don't know why that is delightful to me. So we need that to be an S cell. Uh, so okay, so we've got that. Okay, so now this isn't an S cell, and so this is. So these aren't S cells, and that's not an S cell, so that's an S cell. I guess exactly the same logic would have done. So, and that is an S cell of some description. So let's see, what have we got up here? We've got 0, 5, 2, and 3. Sure. Okay. What digits are left over here? We've got a 2 and a 3. Sorry, we've got a 2 or a 3, a 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's a 1 and a 2 or a 3. That's it. Okay, so this is a 1, 2, or 3. If this is a 1, I would need these to be a 3, 6. Sounds fine to me. Does there definitely have to be a 6 in here, I guess, is another question. Well, there's a 3-cell sum to 10 down here. I know that. And a 3-cell sum to 10 that doesn't have a 5 definitely needs a 6 because it can't have a 7. So one of these two is a 6. So one of these two is a 6 at the very least. Oh, yes. That would be a very nice thing for me to say. The real X is a 4-6 pair. Because the 4-6 pair is the only way to make a real X. Somehow I got completely lost on that. So one of these two is a 6, and one of these two is a 6 for completely different reasons. But putting those two together, that's a 6 and that's a 4. In other words. And so this is a 1, 3. I guess the only, I guess I could have also said that, yeah, that had to be a 1, 3. So these are a 0, 0, 2 pair for whatever that is worth. Probably not the biggest amount. One of these is a 1. Sayori pointing out that actually lets me Sudoku my way up to here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's a 6. So that has a 6 involved in its S cell. And so if there's a 6, it could be 1, 3. Oh, it has to be 1, 3, 6 because it can't be 0, 4, 6. So it has to be 1, 3, 6 to make that work. So that makes that a 2, which makes that a 3, and that a 2 makes that a 1. That is 0. Oh no, my video is freezing? Is anyone else getting video freezing? Let's see. This can't be 0, 5 because it would break that S cell. It would make it a single digit. So this has got to be 1, 4. 4, 1. Okay, this now needs a 5 in it. Because if it doesn't have a 5, then I'm not going to get to 10. Because I can't have a 6. So, and it's not 5, 1, 4. So this is 5, 2, 3 as my, so that's my 2, 5, and that's my 3. And that 2, 5 looks left, making that a 0 and a 5. I will say that the hardest Sudoku thing for me in S-cell things is remembering that because this is both a 2 and a 5, that's not a 5, it's a 0. I have a hard time mentally keeping track of that. So that's a 0. This is a 3, 5, and that's a 2. This is a 0. 1, 2, 3. That's a 6. So that's a 6 by Sudoku. I need a 1 in one of these two cells and a 4. Sure do. This cell is a 0 for the column because the column needs a 0. These are a 4 and a 5, and so that's the 4 and that's the 5, making that the 1, that the 4. making that the 1 for the row, and that is correct. Excellent. Gorgeous gorgeous thing there. Yeah, the break-in of 5 in 3 needing a 0 was very clever, as Matt Laffey points out, and Selena spotted and explained that, which was very cool. Neato puzzle all around. S cells are definitely in the I mean, there's a pretty large bucket of things that I would say are a sometimes food. S cells are definitely a sometimes food, because I need to have my brain at some point to do other things. But I definitely enjoy them when they're sort of cleanly presented. And I do think make it a 6x6 is an excellent way to present your S cell puzzles cleanly. Certainly not the only way, but certainly a good way. Let's see what else we've got living around this bucket. Let's see. I see a... Let me just double check this has been verified. Yes, this has. Okay. I see a Mormagli puzzle. So this is a Philomeno. We need to divide the grid into regions of size 1 through 9. Regions of the same size can't be adjacent, so that's just standard Philomeno rules, plus the statement that there are no things bigger than 9. Regions of the same size can't share a row or column. Okay, that's interesting. And cells with an arrow indicate how many region borders there are in the direction of the arrow. There's a border anytime 2 adjacent cells belong to different regions. Okay, so for example, this can only be a 1 or a 2 because of the fact that there's only two places there could potentially be a region border. And likewise, oh, this just is a 1. I see. This is a 1. Which then Sudoku-wise makes that a 2. Because that's a 1 because there's only one thing it potentially points at. That's a 2, which now means those are both region borders. So there's a weird sort of Sudoku on shame ominoes is very powerful, I suppose. And now this can't be a 1 or a 2 because it definitely shares a row with a 2, but it's not part of the 2. So this can only be a 3. Which forces all of those borders. And now the 2 is done. So we can finish our 2. Sometimes 2s are yellow. Okay. So now this is currently at 1, 2, 3. So this can only be 3 or 4. If I look at it. This is currently already at 2, 3, 4. So this is 2, 3, or 4 as well. Let's see. This is a maximum. Okay, so what's the maximum this can be? Because it can't be 3. Because if it's 3, it's not actually 3. So I think this is a maximum of 2, actually. Because this 3, right, so how many borders does it actually see? It sees 1, 2, 3, 4 borders. However, one pair of those borders is used or is not used because the 3 in the column has to go up or down. But if it is 3, it has to be this 3, and then it's only 2. So this is really a 1 or a 2. I feel like that was a really... oh, it's not 1, right? If it were 1, then all of the 3 would be in one thing. So yeah, it's definitely not a 1. It's definitely a 2. Because if it were 1, this 3 omino would be 4 cells in size, which is a pretty big problem. And now this 2 sees every cell in the or every border in the column except for this one. If this is not a real border, this would also be a 2, and that's not allowed either. So that's definitely a border, and this is definitely a 3, which means it's that 3. It's a 3 because 3 is 2 plus 1. And so we can go ahead and we can do that. Did I already? I did not already sort of loop around here like that. Okay, good. Okay, so this isn't a 3 anymore in particular. Let's see. Okay, so this is a 2. Oh, and this being a 2 means it needs a border there now because it needs a second border. So this is either a 1 or it's relatively large by it's large by Filomeno standards. Okay, what's the maximum this can be, granted that I can't use all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4. If I used all of them, it would be 4, but I would also have a 1 cell 2 omino. So this is certainly a 1, 2, or a 3, and it's not a 2 for multiple reasons. Oh, and it's not a 1 either, because if it was a 1, we'd again be in the thing where my 2 omino would be way too large. My 2 omino would definitely, yeah, that wouldn't work. So that's a 3. Okay, and now the 3 omino definitely uses that as a border, because I need to have all the borders except the one between the 2 parts of the 2. And so I definitely also use that as a border. And now the fact that that's a 3 has made that a 4 by Sudoku, in quotes. So if this is a 4, that's a 1, 2, 3, and this is a 4. The 3 backs its whatever up, its booty up. And so we have a 3 over there. This 4, do I know anything special about it? I don't know that I do. I do know that this is only 1, 2, or 3, and it's not 2 because it touches a 2. If this is 1, that actually works very cleanly if it's 1. If this is 3, then that's a 1. This is something. That's a 4, I guess. Oh. Selena says it very elegantly. If it's a 3, it doesn't go anywhere. Because if it's a 3, it can't go up, down, or left because it would touch a 3. So this is definitely a 1, which means that we do have all of this being part of one omino. And so that omino they're all part of is a 4. We can make this 4 purple to make it classy. Okay, that 4 now sees over and has made that a 2, making it yellow. Okay, that can't be a 2 for silly Filomeno reasons, because if this is a 2, then I'd have to finish this without using a 2 or 2 1s, and I couldn't, so that's actually the 2. It's like the only deduction in pure Filomeno that exists. If this is a 1, we have a hilarious problem that this cell has size at least 5, but it can't. So in fact, this is a 5, forcing all of this to be a 5. 5s are green, of course. Making that a 3. Like that. And 3s are red. That was very cute. Okay, so this is either a 1 or a 6. And either way, this is a 6. Or more. 6 or more, I should say. Because if this is a... Yeah, at least a 6. So if this is a 1, then this is at least 6. And if this is a 6 or more, then this is at least 6. So this... And this and this, these are always at least 6. And at most 9, only because of the rules that things are capped at 9. So blue color indeed. Sayori points out this 2 can't grow left, so it has to grow right by Sudoku. So that is a 2. This is yellow. I like this rule set much better than my attempt to do this exact rule set. Because I tried to do this whole Philomeno, but you can do Sudoku thing and made the puzzle round and round. And what I did is I had circles in the grid, and the circles within the grid couldn't follow Sudoku rules. I like this way of doing it better. Okay, so this is a 1 or it's at least 6. So if it's at least 6, so, and this is, oh, this can't be a 3 either. So, so this is a 1 or it's at least 6, and therefore this is at least 5, is the weird conclusion that I get out of that. So that, and that are all part of this piece. We'll make it orange. It might end up being the same as that somehow. Okay. This thing is not 1, 2, or 3. So it's going to grow. And it's got to be blue or orange, I guess. It does feel like it would be very easy to break this puzzle. I do agree with that assessment. And I see why the reason that the regions were at most size 9 was necessary. Okay, so what else are we doing? I feel like now things have gotten very weird in terms of what's actually possible. Let's see. Martin says he thought row 1, column 2 had to be a 1. Maybe he meant row 2, column 1. So if this is not a 1, it's blue or orange. Okay, so maybe I should count the number of cells left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have 13 cells left. And orange is a minimum of 5. Blue is a minimum of 6. So there's at most 2 monominos left. Or a domino. So these definitely connect to something. Oh, there's no more dominoes, right? There's nowhere Sudoku-logically I could fit a domino. So there's no more dominoes. There's at most 2 monominos. Oh, right. I don't know that blue and orange aren't the same. Except that Josh has just told me how to argue that blue and orange aren't the same. Because if blue and orange are the same, all of this is blanche. And that's 9, so that would be the maximum size. So blanche would finish. But now the problem with this is that now this pair can't be monominos or dominoes, and that's a problem. So no blanche. Sorry to the blanche fans. Is it possible that they sneak around like this, actually? I think if orange goes here, does that create a problem? Maybe not. That breaks row 3, column 3. Oh, if I try and... Sorry, if I join them around... Okay, so they still can't join. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so now this has nothing it can be. So this is definitely blue or orange, I guess is the point. Right. I mean, I guess you could even see that just from Philomeno. It's not 1, 2, or 3, so it's at least 4, and that's going to make it blue or orange. Oh. Yes. Okay. Todd has seen the thing that makes this much easier, which is that in column 2, we have all the borders. So these are orange. Thank you, Todd. Therefore, all of these are blue. And that's 6. Well, we're just not going to talk about that. It is indeed cheating to use the clues. So that's definitely orange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so if this isn't also orange, then we repeat. Have 2 6s touching, so those are 7s. It was more fun the other way. We were definitely going to find a way to use this to get this puzzle without using this freaking 2 by arguing what was happening to the 6s and the 7s. It did feel like there was a sudden difficulty spike in the puzzle, but it was because when I believed that we'd used all the clues, we had not, in fact, used all the clues. And in fact had a very glaring clue that just solved the rest of the puzzle. Very nice puzzle, though, Mormagli. I enjoyed that one quite a bit. Let's see. I think probably I should wrap up stream here. I'm sort of like in the like, could I try and ambiguously, or could I ambitiously try and do one more puzzle in the time? Maybe I'll try one more. I'm feeling ambitious. Let's see. Let me try and... Does anyone have a recommendation of a puzzle that I have not done yet that is relatively easy in terms of time, so that I'm not volunteering to do a 50-minute one of these? And then I will finish in not too much overtime. Find a 16 by 16. I hear those are usually very quick. Let's see. Okay, here is a extra regions. Let's see. Okay, sorry. There's a... Okay, I'm gonna go back to the Codecs. Qodec, I think, has set my favorite 6x6 out of the bunch, but it did take a while, so I was not going to immediately jump at the Qodec 6x6. But if people say that this is a good one, let's do it. Why is YouTube telling you you're offline, but the stream is still playing? YouTube is weird. Go home, YouTube, you're drunk or something. Usual 6x6 rules. Search 5 or 6. A digit on an arrow shows how far away the 5 or 6 is in the direction indicated by the arrow, with 1 pointing at the cell closest to it. Okay, and so we don't know if it's 5 or 6, but we know this is a 1, and we know this is 5 or 6. Oh, and this can't be a 6, so it's a 5, and that's a 6. Just because of the way that numbers work. These are each 1, 2, or 3 only. Oh, and they're not 3. They're not 3 because I know these aren't 5, 6, is the point. So if I can start yellowing things that I know aren't 5 or 6, this I know isn't 5 or 6 as well. Actually, so that is the 6. Just because this can't be a 6 because it would point too far away. These are a 1, 2, and so one of these is a 5, actually. That's not a 5 or a 6. So this is not a 1, and it's not a 2 or a 3, so it's a 4. And that is a 5, actually. These are gray. These are gray. Okay, I love this. This is adorable. That's gray. So one of these is a 6, for whatever it is worth. This can't be 5 or 6. This is only 1, 2, 3, or 4. At most, just because of how arrows work. And this needs to be something, and so that something is a 1 that it needs to be. So this is a 5 or a 6, although funnily enough, I don't know which yet. That's gray, though. So one of these is a 5 or a 6. What is this now? This can now only be 2 or 3. I don't think I know which one immediately. I know by Sudoku there's a 1 here. Maybe that'll help. Maybe, possibly. Oh, 5 is just placed by Sudoku here. Maybe that'll help. It didn't. One of these is a 6, though. One of that mass of stuff is a 6. This can't be 2 anymore. Chat is pointing at. So it's 3 or 4. Let's see. This is a 2 by Sudoku. Is it just Sudoku? It's probably just Sudoku, and I'm missing it. So that's a 4 by Sudoku. That's a 2 or a 3. These are from 2, 3, 4, 5. That one's not the 5. One of these is a 4. One of these is a 1. So that gives me a Z-wing on 1s, telling me that the 1 in column 6 is actually here. It was Sudoku the whole time, wasn't it? These are 3, 4, 6. That one's not a 6, of course. This is 2, 3, or 4. These are a 3, 6 pair. Agree. So this can't be 3. That's cute. If this is a 3, that's a 6, but now it doesn't point at a 5 or a 6. That's very cute. Okay, so that's a 2 and that's a 3. And so now that's the 6. I love it. Okay, so these are yellow. That's gray. So that's yellow. These are gray. That is a 5 and a 6 and a 5. Oops. I did not do that right. Let's try again. What did I do? Okay. So that's a 6. Let's try again. Okay, so that's gray. That's a 3. Okay. These are a 2, 6. No. These are a 1, 2. If those are a 1, 2 and these are a 1, 2, then that's a 2. Okay. That is a 3. These are some things. That apparently is a naked 5. And that's a 2. So that's the yellow one. That's gray. That's gray. And that's yellow. Yellow. Try again. Yellow, take 2. So that's a 6 and a 4 and a 6. And that's a 3, which I guess was resolved even by Sudoku. It's a 6. One of these is a 5, but I don't know which one. But that's a 4, 5 pair, which has made this a 6 at the very least. Which has done not a thing for that. I don't. So now this can't be a 1. Because it's not pointing at a 5 or a 6. So now this is a 2 pointing at a 5. And we have finally located the last one. So these are both gray. So that's 1, 2, 1. Yellows are 5s, so that had better be that. Yellows are 5s, so that was great. And the perfect, whoever recommended this, I think it was Pesto. This was the perfect wrap-up stream 6x6. Very cool. And very smooth and quick. Loved it. Very neat rule set. I enjoyed it. And I like the ambiguity of 5 or 6. I have not quite seen... Oh, it's Playmaker. I haven't quite seen this before. I like this idea, actually, a lot. All right. Well, I'm going to wrap up stream there for today. Thank you all for joining. I hope you had a good time. I did. I'll be back on Sunday. So I will stream then. And then I think Tristan is going to start streaming on Tuesday. So look forward to seeing more from me and more from him. And like I said, I think I'm going to be publishing a puzzle soon, fingers crossed. So we'll see about that. But thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks to everyone who supports the stream. If you'd like to support the stream, you can do that by clicking the join button down below for as little as $5 a month. It means an enormous amount to Tristan and I. We greatly appreciate it. Also, please take a minute to like the stream if you have not yet done so. That also is enormously appreciated. And with that, I'd also like to thank the people who contribute at the turbine level. So David, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel, Willie, Danita, and Nell. Thank you all. Thank you so much for your support. You're what keeps us doing this every week. I'll see you very soon. So thanks for watching, and bye for now.